Chapter 500. In order to know what this garden was for, one must first know what the palaces that once belonged to the art saint were for in the past. It was actually a livestock farm. Things like Xianmen treasures were like the painstaking work of mortal craftsmen. They couldn't be mass-produced, they were precious in quality. Thus, the materials used were all of the highest quality and couldn't be satisfied by the things in the mortal world. Many of the spiritual items used to craft treasures could only be found in Xianmen. And in Xianmen, the rarest of the rarest, could only be found on Little Cloud Mountain. In the past, there weren't any palaces in the northwest of the floating mountain. It was just a forest. There were many treasures and many treasures. But after Chun Hua established his sect and was recognized as the third saint, he came to Little Cloud Mountain and built his own residence in the only empty northwest area. Some of the less precious ones that were kept here, the ones that Li Yunqin destroyed as he walked, were left there and treated as a strange sight. And some of the truly precious ones that were crucial for Xianmen to craft treasures were kept in a garden. That was the garden that Li Yunqin saw at the bottom of the slope. The first thing he saw was a huge archway with 5 rooms and 6 pillars. It was an extremely gorgeous and exquisite thing, incomparably glorious and magnificent. Behind the archway was a wide path paved with spotless jade stones. On both sides were walls made of lush flowers and trees. Colorful butterflies danced in between. At the end of the path was a palace. Li Yunqin looked at the palace and frowned slightly. Although the palace was huge, it didn't seem to be big enough to contain many large beasts. On the battlefield, he saw a huge golden-horned Ho Underguqin Jun. It was one of the rare beasts in the world, and its body was full of treasures. That golden-horned giant centipede was almost the size of this palace, not to mention the others. But he knew that this was indeed a garden that hid many rare birds and beasts, because he saw that on the horizontal board of this huge memorial arch, there were 3 big words written in a neat and orderly manner: Zoo. At this moment his craziness hadn't passed yet. For the past few months, he had been struggling on the edge of life and death almost every day. It was already an unimaginable depression. Furthermore, in order to resurrect himself and enter this Little Cloud Mountain, he had suffered a great deal of pain. That kind of pain could drive a normal person crazy, let alone him who wasn't a normal person to begin with. Therefore, now that he was suddenly out of danger, all the pent-up frustrations in his heart burst out. He had been able to endure more than an ordinary person before, but now he was even more crazy than an ordinary person. Now that he saw these 3 words, he suddenly felt excited. He casually threw away the half-eaten fruit in his hand and walked to the huge memorial arch. He stretched out a finger and tested it on the stone pillar. On his way down from the art saint's study, he had destroyed more than a few hundred natural treasures and eaten countless more. Regardless of whether those things tasted good or not, or whether they were poisonous or not, they all contained an astonishing amount of spiritual power. Although he was a perfected master, and the amount of spiritual energy and demonic energy he needed was unimaginable, it was enough to build a foundation for his stomach. Now that he exerted his strength, his fingernails grew sharp. It was pale gold like a small knife. He left a mark on the stone pillar with a slash. He smiled, raised his hand, and carved 7 big words in a flamboyant manner. Li Yunqin was here. Then he thought for a moment and walked a few steps away. On the other side of the pillar, he carved another 8 small words. It's not right to write words everywhere. Then he laughed wildly, lifted the hem of his clothes, and strode along the path paved with white jade. He did not encounter any obstacles along the way, because if he was Su Yusong or Zhuomuja, there was no need to set up anything here. The entire space of the Cloud Mountain was filled with invisible restrictions. When cultivators and demons came here, they became ordinary people with strong bodies. But even with their powerful physical bodies, there was no way for them to leap thousands of meters from the ground and jump to this Little Cloud Mountain. Such a natural obstacle almost eliminated all possibilities. Only the descendants of the painting Tao could sneak up from the path at the bottom of the mountain. However, the problem was that Li Yunqin, who had the highest cultivation of the painting Tao in the world, and was the most troublesome, was already dead. Needless to say, it was difficult to enter Little Cloud Mountain, and even more difficult to enter Cloud Mountain. Moreover, they had also set up other methods here. However, Li Yunxin could not meet them now. He walked all the way to the front of the hall, up the 33 steps, and into the front corridor. He raised his leg and kicked the door open. Then he saw an empty hall. It looked like it was sealed and not used. It was indeed built magnificently, with tables and chairs, carpets, flowers, and trees. However, no matter how he looked, it was just a main hall for receiving guests. It was not a zoo, or a place to raise rare birds and beasts. However, Li Yunxin was not in a hurry. Since he saw the words zoo on the signboard, he knew who had set up this place in the past. If there was really a garden behind the signboard, he would be surprised. So he chuckled a few times and jumped in, starting to search anxiously. Naturally, it was like a bandit entering the house. Wherever he saw could be hidden, he kicked it over. If he couldn't find it, he would be treated like the flowers and trees before. All of them would be trampled into pieces. Since he couldn't take it away, he wouldn't leave it behind. The decorations and vases in the hall were all rare treasures. Even gold, silver, and jade would be considered vulgar and dirty here. They were only worthy of being used to pave the floor like the outside. However, all of these things were picked up by Li Yunxin to look at. If he couldn't see it, he would fall to the ground and die a horrible death. So he first destroyed the decorations in the hall, then flipped the tables and chairs. All the carpets were torn into pieces. In the end, only the paintings and sculptures on the wall were spared. So he started to look at them one by one with his hands behind his back. They were all good stuff, but he had destroyed them all. So, until the 11th painting on the west side of the hall, only then did Li Yunxin let out a ha. At first, he thought it was a painting of words from afar. Of course, it looked like words. It was framed and had a white background. There were some black characters on it. They seemed to be written in tadpole characters. But now that he looked closer, he realized, it was clearly a painting. The painting was a banner. The title on the right had a few words written vertically. The words written at the front of the painting were called title. Remember to visit the zoo on a sunny morning. After this line of words was the painting. With one look, Li Yunxin knew that it must be Chen Zhao's work. There was an oval with 4 small sticks at the bottom. There was also a small stick at the top, with a small circle on the stick. 2 more eyes, 2 ears, a triangular horn, and a tail were added to the small round head. There were 4 words written on it: golden horn giant centipede. The other rare birds and beasts had similar techniques. The round body and stick legs were not very different. As if to distinguish them from each other, they were all marked. Flipping feather, flying feather, Philian, Ingyu, riverside, Huidou. All kinds of ferocious beasts, strange beasts, and auspicious beasts that Li Yunxin had heard of were all marked on the scroll. A rare beast was only the size of half a palm. This painting was more than 2 meters long. There were at least a few hundred of them lined up from the beginning to the end of the line. But even so, there was still a long line. So there were many wavy patterns that went from thick to thin on the painting. It meant, there are many more in the distance, but I can't see them clearly. They're all illusions. But this wasn't what Li Yunxin understood. It was indeed a note, written in the gaps of the wavy patterns. After this comment, there were even smaller, densely packed words that looked like smoke. They were all the names of rare birds and beasts. At a rough glance, there were at least a few thousand. Actually, it looked like it. He had thought that he could draw on such a large piece of paper. But the more he drew, the worse he felt. He could only use this method to make up for the number. Finally, there was a line of words at the end of the painting. It was a postscript. What a meaningful day. Li Yunxin stared at it for a while and frowned. Actually, this painting was slightly different from Chen Zhao's previous paintings. In her previous paintings, no matter how childish her strokes were, it was obvious that she had put her heart into them. For example, a child who had just learned how to draw would draw a chicken pecking rice. Even if it wasn't good, she wouldn't forget to point out the rice grains on the ground one by one. Some were serious and meticulous, but they didn't use dots. Instead, he was seriously drawing small circles one after another. But this painting, looking at the row of beasts at the front, It was obvious that she was also serious. But after reaching it, she seemed to realize that there wasn't enough space, so she scribbled. Then she saw the wavy lines, which meant that she was too lazy to draw anymore. Instead, she was thinking of a way to finish it. This meant that Chuning wasn't drawing this because she was interested. Instead, it was something that she had to finish. It was meant to be used. Thinking of this, Li Yunxin understood in her heart. He slowly put his hand on it and tried to feel the flow of spiritual power. Then he realized it was exactly as he thought. This painting was similar to the other octave treasure scrolls. There was an astonishingly vast world inside. If he used enough spiritual power and found the right method, he could enter the painting. He had no doubt that every rare bird and beast whose name was written on the painting was in that world. There was indeed a zoo in the palace. It was this painting. But right now he didn't want to try. After all, his demonic power hadn't recovered yet. Plus, Chuning was weird. He didn't know what tricks she had set up in the world in the painting that were interesting to her but dangerous to others. Finally, he didn't have any headaches. He didn't want to be stupid and put himself in danger again. But no matter what, he had to take this thing away. Many of the beasts in the painting should be grateful to Chuning. If they weren't in the painting, and Li Yunxin hadn't recovered his demonic power, he could take this thing for himself. He had planned to kill them all. The spiritual power in the immortal herbs and fruits was indeed dense. But no matter how dense those dead things were, they couldn't compare to these living things. If this really was a garden, and he had barged in, those that looked annoying would definitely be the first to be killed and eaten. Those that looked pleasant might also be eaten into his stomach happily, never to be separated. Those that didn't look annoying or pleasant. If that was the case, what was the point of living? Just kill and eat them too. But now they had escaped the calamity. Li Yunxin reached out and took the painting off the wall, rolling it into a scroll. He tore a piece of cloth from somewhere and tied it to his back. Then, he went straight to the dome hall. Exa and Shilio had said that many of Su Yusong and Zhuomu's treasures were in that hall. The dome hall wasn't far from here. On the way, he passed by a few small halls, but Li Yunxin didn't pay attention to them. He only moved up and down on the top of the hall, like a martial arts expert in the mortal world. He was extremely happy. After a little more than a minute, he saw the square in front of the dome hall. However, this place was no longer as empty as the other places. There was a guard on the square. This meant that Exa and Shilio was right. There was indeed something extremely precious to the two fake saints here. As a result, they called the reincarnation of the former master of calligraphy to guard it. On the incomparably wide square was Su Sheng. Li Yunxin stood on the top of the hall, nearly 100 steps away from him, and saw him standing alone in the square. The ground of the square was white, and Su Sheng's clothes were blue. He wore tight clothes and short clothes. He stood as straight as a javelin, and there was no expression on his face. His eyes were wide open, and his eyeballs kept looking left and right, observing the surrounding situation. This scene looked strange and terrifying. Li Yunxin knew at a glance that this reincarnation was now being controlled by Su Yusong and Zhuomu. Previously, at the foot of the mountain, when Su Sheng was still hiding in his sleeve, he had mentioned this matter. For example, he knew that the first step to refining a person into a wandering soul was to completely destroy their clear consciousness. Then, the person's head would be empty, and he would become a puppet. He would do whatever his master said. But after all, it was only his clear consciousness being erased, and his brain wasn't damaged. Therefore, not only was this puppet obedient, but it could also adapt to the situation. It was much more brilliant than the ordinary strong men and gods created by magic. If this puppet was refined with a secret method and injected with spiritual intelligence, it could become a wandering soul. However, in that way, it wouldn't be as useful as the previous stage of the puppet. The fake saint wanted to refine this reincarnation of the master of calligrapher into a wandering soul. But the battle at the foot of the mountain took a turn for the worse, and he only had time to completely erase his consciousness. Now he asked this puppet to guard in front of the hall, just in case. Finally, he could guard against Li Yunxin's what if. This reincarnation of the master of calligrapher had a strong physical body. Although he didn't have supernatural powers, he could use the supernatural powers of others. He might not be able to fully use them here, but there were many restrictions on Shaoyan Mountain that were still slightly effective. If this reincarnation of the calligrapher used those restrictions and formations, with Li Yunxin's current cultivation, if they really fought, it would be a tough battle, where both sides would suffer, and even a crushing defeat. Therefore, he thought about it, and sat down on the roof of another hall in front of the square. He narrowed his eyes and observed Su Sheng from afar with a pensive look on his face. Chapter 501. At this time, it was afternoon on Little Cloud Mountain. The sun was bright, and the temperature was pleasant. The leaves rustled in the warm wind, which was filled with the fragrance of flowers, and there was the clear chirping of birds. Apart from that, the surroundings were very quiet, which reminded Li Yunxin of the previous world. It was also in the afternoon of a scorching summer. There was no one on the street, only the rustling of the leaves of an old tree on the street. The old dog was lying in the shade of the old tree, and the old man was sleeping on a rattan chair. It was as if the whole world had calmed down. He sat on the yellow-glazed roof, and the tiles around him were warm from the sun. Su Sheng stood alone in the bright white square, like a lonely tree. Li Yunxin stared at him for a while, and realized that this guy was now guarding a certain area. If he didn't enter that area, the puppet would be fine. So he stretched out his hand and broke off a corner of the tile. Then he narrowed his eyes, glanced at it, and threw it over. There was a great distance between the two, but the physical strength of cultivators and demons also meant that their reaction and control abilities were extremely strong. Thus, this palm-sized corner smashed into Su Sheng's head, producing a distant muffled thud. The tile shattered, and a white mark was left on Su Sheng's forehead. So he suddenly came alive. He suddenly raised his eyes and looked in Li Yunxin's direction, his face filled with violence and confusion. He seemed to have no idea why he was beaten. He looked like a ferocious beast at this time. But he only came alive for a moment. The next moment, he slowly lowered his head and stood like a tree again. Li Yunxin thought for a while, then raised his voice and said, "Hey little brother, come out to play." Su Sheng heard his words. He raised his head slightly again. He looked at the direction of the voice for a while, then slowly lowered his head. So Li Yunxin let out a light breath and smiled again. "Then I'll go in and play with you." After saying this, he jumped down from the roof. Since he had no magical power, he couldn't float. His entire body landed on the ground with a thump. The white jade under his feet immediately cracked open like a spider's web. The cracks spread densely in all directions, causing a wave of dust to ripple. Thus, at this moment, Su Sheng suddenly raised his head and puffed out his chest like a puppet. The joints of his four limbs let out a series of violent cracking sounds, and even a white mist rose from his body. Then, the puppet created by the saint's tribulation body suddenly frowned and shouted, "What kind of monster are you? How dare you barge into the dome hall?" This terrifying puppet seemed to still be able to use the remaining restrictions on Little Cloud Mountain. As he shouted, ripples appeared in the air in front of him. It was obvious that this was not the power of his physical body. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet cracked and caved in. In the next moment, he leaped over 60 feet with a single step, and his entire body was wrapped in blazing lightning as he pounced towards where Li Yunxin was standing. In the face of such terrifying momentum and power, Li Yunxin did not retreat even half a step. The distance between the two of them was only 60 feet, and Su Sheng could reach him in 3 steps. However, when Su Sheng took the first step, he restrained his expression and said in a deep voice, "King." Su Sheng heard this voice, but he turned a deaf ear to it. When his second step landed on the ground, there was an even more terrifying shattering sound, dust, and the sound of the wind. Even when he could already feel the strong wind blowing against his face, Li Yunxin still did not retreat half a step. He stared calmly and coldly at Su Sheng, who was approaching him like lightning, and said 2 more words, "Sea lion." The puppet leaped up a second time and landed a second time, finally arriving in front of Li Yunxin. The terrifying lightning on his body instantly ignited a few strands of long hair, hanging in front of Li Yunxin's forehead. He used his fingers as a knife, and a brilliant golden light appeared on his fingertips. It was like a light all that pierced straight towards Li Yunxin's face. At this moment, Li Yunxin said the last two words, scepter. Then he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. There was a crisp sound, pa. The ruthless puppet suddenly widened its eyes, and saw Li Yunxin's appearance in front of it. In the next moment, the lightning around its body suddenly retracted, and the golden light on its fingertips also dissipated. It shouted loudly, "Get out of the way!" Its right foot stomped on the ground, and it changed its direction in mid-air. Its palm blasted the ground beside Li Yunxin. Then there was a terrifying rumbling sound. The floor tiles on the white jade-paved ground surged up like turbulent waves, shooting straight into the sky. The huge force did not decrease. It first blasted the floor tiles behind Li Yunxin, and then it continued forward, straight to the front hall where Li Yunxin had been standing before. The tall and majestic front hall was like a piece of paper in front of this force. It only took a moment for it to collapse. Countless pieces of earth and stone tore through the air like a storm and shot forward with a buzzing sound. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, the power of a single strike had destroyed 3 great halls in succession. Behind Li Yunxin, a terrifyingly wide and terrifyingly long stretch of ruins was blasted out. And this was the result of Su Sheng forcefully dispersing his supernatural power and holding back his strength at the last moment. Now, he was lying on the ground in a slightly embarrassed state, and his hair was in a mess. But he was no longer in a daze. Before the huge roar dissipated, he suddenly jumped up from the ground and shouted at Li Yunxin, "Why didn't you dodge? If this palm hit you, your body and soul would have been destroyed." Li Yunxin laughed. Then, he raised his hand to extinguish the fire that had just ignited in his hair. Because it was exciting. Then, he lifted his foot and walked into the dome hall. Su Sheng gritted his teeth. Exciting. But after saying this word, he didn't know what else to say. Slightly stunned, he hurriedly followed Li Yunxin's footsteps, looking like he had a lot to say. "What kind of curse did you just say?" After saying this, he immediately said, "You threw a tile at me? You even made fun of me at that time." Li Yunxin snorted as he walked. "Curse? Even if it's a curse, I reconstructed 11 personalities for you before. There must be a few awakening commands. It's the curse you mentioned. But how the 2 wandering souls erased the consciousness of a person, and what state it would be after erasing is all what you said to me before. Your face just now was scarier than a dead person's. I had to test whether your original consciousness was still there or not. Once something went wrong with what you said to me, I jumped in and couldn't wake up the next layer of your consciousness. Then, it's not a problem of excitement anymore. So I smashed you first, teased you and observed." He said these words in one breath. In fact, he walked fast but spoke slowly. When he said this, he reached the door of the dome hall. Again, he raised his foot and kicked the door down. Then he stood in front of the door and looked inside. The hall was huge, almost like a stadium in his time. There was not a single pillar in the terrifyingly vast space. The ground was black, and the ceiling was filled with countless bright lights like a bright starry sky. On the other side of the door was an entire wall. There was nothing else on the wall, just a dense number of cabinets, from the east to the west of the hall, from the ground to the dome. Perhaps this was the origin of the name Dome Hall. After looking for a while, Li Yunxin suddenly laughed coldly, and his laughter made people's hair stand on end. "Oh, this is the place where the 2 bastards hid and schemed against people." But Su Sheng only asked the person beside him, 11? What 11? Didn't you tell me there were only 8? Li Yunxin didn't turn his head and seemed to be perfunctory, just to be safe. Then, he stepped into the door and walked to the wall of cabinets that occupied an entire wall. Su Sheng, on the other hand, was asking about his personality. When he first saw Li Yunxin, he was decadent like a useless person. So, Li Yunxin reconstructed a consciousness for him, but soon that consciousness fell again. So Li Yunxin reconstructed a 3rd consciousness for him. When Li Yunxin arrived at the foot of the floating mountain, and stayed for a few days with Xi and Shilio, Su Sheng told him a plan. He knew that once the 2 wandering souls caught him, they would not kill him, but refine him. When Su Sheng was still the master of calligraphy, His body was taken away. Before escaping from Cloud Mountain, by chance, he once learned how they refined wandering souls. The first step was to destroy the person's consciousness. At that time, he felt that it would be extremely difficult for this body to survive. Instead of that, it was better to give up this body and boldly test it, to ask Li Yunxin to build a few more layers of consciousness for him. Then, he pretended to be captured, and asked the two wandering souls to destroy his consciousness. If what Li Yunxin built didn't work, then it wouldn't hurt to give this crippled body to the Freemasonry. If it had worked, it would have led to the current situation, where they were working together from the inside and outside. Thus, in the previous situation, the wandering souls had indeed destroyed Su Sheng's consciousness. However, the so-called consciousness was only the surface of the 11 layers of consciousness that Li Yunxin built for him. If this layer was destroyed, there was still the 10th layer. If the 10th layer was destroyed, there was still the 9th layer. This method did not belong to any kind of magical power in this world. It specialized in the level of consciousness. Even in Li Yunxin's previous world, it was an unimaginable and unbelievable method. How could he guard against the two wandering souls? So, as long as Li Yunxin gave him a few awakening instructions in advance, Su Sheng's 10th layer of consciousness immediately restarted and regained his consciousness. But at that time, Su Sheng felt that this body had no hope of surviving the tribulation. Who would have thought that after that, because of Li Yunxin's words in Chen Zhao's study, the last tribulation was completed, and he was about to transform and leave. Luckily, Su Yusong stopped him, so the plan didn't fail. Now, Su Sheng was complaining that Li Yunxin had done something to his mind behind his back, and built a few more layers of consciousness. But complaining was just complaining. He didn't take it to heart. Because this body's tribulation was complete, he could transform and leave at any time. Because of this, Su Sheng still had the mind to linger here and not leave. He kept following behind Li Yunxin, planning to see why he came to the Dome Hall. Because, what are you doing here? After complaining for a while, he tidied up his messy hair and said behind Li Yunxin, "There's only human skin here. There's nothing you want." The two wandering souls had taken over the bodies of the two saints. For the first many years, he wore the skin of a saint and wore it happily. But as time went on, they got tired of it. Luckily, the two wandering souls lived on Little Cloud Mountain. No one usually came. They didn't have their own missions like the other wandering souls. They had to faithfully play their roles at all times. Thus, he was in a leisurely mood to change into some other clothes. Other people's clothes were fabric or leather. Their clothes, however, were the skin of a human. For example, when two people slept together at night, they didn't want old skin. It was wrinkled and shriveled, and didn't feel good. They needed skin and flesh that was tender, well-proportioned, and youthful and beautiful. It was only comfortable to hug, touch, and kiss. But after choosing handsome men and beautiful women up Little Cloud Mountain, killing them, skinning them, and wearing them all, they felt that they were too beautiful and tired of looking at them. So they wanted to look ignorant and young. So they chose 15 or 16 years old, and had delicate features to wear. And so on. They liked to wear the appearance of a taotai when eating. They liked to wear the appearance of a tyrant when giving advice. They liked to wear the feather fan and silk scarf when drinking tea. How many years had the two wandering souls been trapped in Little Cloud Mountain? And how many emotions and ways had they played with each other? In the end, the fruits of evil fell on the mortals of Little Cloud Mountain. When those poor mortals were chosen, they only said that it was a great blessing, and that they were going to serve the two saints and obtain immortality. After 1,000 years, the north wall of this huge palace was filled with cabinets. Those cabinets were innumerable at once. They were densely arranged on the wall, as if there were as many stars in the sky. Inside each compartment was a skin, which used to be a living life. When Su Sheng asked Li Yunxin what he was doing here, Li Yunxin had already walked to the bed. This bed was the place where the two fake saints usually changed clothes and chatted. It was unusually spacious, simple, and comfortable. Li Yunxin stood in front of the bed, and was silent for a while. Then he sneered. "Nothing I want? The treasure I want the most is here. Let me ask you first, You said that your body is also on the floating mountain. Is it here? Su Sheng was startled. Not here. It's somewhere else. What treasure? Li Yunqin chuckled. It's the treasure I want. 3 words, I'm happy. As he said this, he lifted the hem of his shirt and untied his belt. Su Sheng was startled at first. Then he widened his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. Huh? What are you doing? Li Yunqin reached out and pushed him behind him. Then, Su Sheng heard the sound of water. The reincarnation of the former saint was stunned. No matter how crazy he would never have thought that Li Yunqin was doing this. Li Yunqin was doing something that was extremely strange to the cultivators above the transcendent state, especially to him. And he had even forgotten the existence of this kind of behavior. He was peeing on the bed that the 2 fake saints usually sat on. Su Sheng was dumbfounded. Li Yunqin was not embarrassed at all. After he was resurrected in the courtyard of the art saint's study, he immediately went to the bay and drank a belly full of water. Not because he was thirsty, but because he wanted to do this. He soaked the bed evenly, as if there was no one else around. Then he tied the belt again, turned around and looked at Su Sheng, who was stunned, and said expressionlessly, "What is this called?" "It's called moving clouds and bringing rain. If the 2 bastards come back alive, I'll let them enjoy the grace of the Dragon King." Then he leaped over the bed and stood in front of the towering wall of cabinets. He looked up and took a deep breath. He turned his wrist and untied the memories of a sunny morning visit to the zoo painting that he was carrying on his back. He slowly unrolled the painting, squinted his eyes, and found a name in the words that looked like a black cloud. Then he channeled his chi and used 2 fingers to reach into the painting and pulled. An earth-shattering cry of a baby reverberated in the spacious hall. What he pulled out of the painting was none other than a baby roe deer. This strange beast had a chubby baby face, but its body was that of a small roe deer. It was also a ferocious beast. He loved to harm people, but for no other reason than to eat people's skins. It often hid in the mountains in the middle of the night when it was quiet. When someone passed by, it would cry like a baby. Once a kind-hearted person heard the cry, it would immediately bite the person to death, and then slowly gnaw off the skin, leaving only a bloody body. Now that it was pulled out of the painting by Li Yunqin, it opened its mouth and was about to bite him. Li Yunqin immediately raised his hand and gave it 2 slaps. Only then did the ferocious beast realize its power. It did not bite him, but stared at the towering wall of cabinets with its eyes wide open. He laughed coldly and said, "Go eat." After saying that, he threw the roe deer baby against the wall. The ferocious beast immediately disappeared into the wall, and only a series of growling sounds could be heard from the bottom to the top. It passed through the wall unimpeded, and began to eat heartily. Chapter 502. Su Sheng was even more puzzled when he saw what he did. He wanted to walk to Li Yunqin's side, but when he took a step forward, he thought of what Li Yunqin had done on the bed, so he quickly stepped back and frowned. "What are you doing?" Li Yunqin laughed strangely. "What am I doing? I'm happy to make those 2 bastards unhappy." He laughed while listening to the sound of the roe deer eating human skin, as if he was enjoying some heavenly music. Su Sheng sighed and shook his head. "Alas, you're being childish. These things are, after all, worldly possessions. To them." Li Yunqin laughed coldly and interrupted his words. She looked at him from the corner of her eyes. "Worldly possessions? Humph, you cultivators practice evil techniques and don't look like humans. So of course you don't think it's a big deal. But those 2 wandering souls are much more like humans than you." After saying this, he walked back and forth in front of the cabinet proudly. If he had a tail, it would probably be sticking up. They have their own obsession, so their 7 emotions and 6 desires are very heavy. Human skin can be easily peeled off, so it's not a big deal. But these 2 bastards have been collecting these things for 1,000 years, and they're not tired of it. Instead, they put them in this hall. "Tell me, are these things worldly possessions to them?" he said while gritting his teeth. "I said a few bad things about them in front of Xanxilio. So those 2 bastards held a grudge against me. They wanted to keep me alive, but in the end they wanted to kill me. Hey, hold a grudge. Is there anyone in the world who holds a grudge better than me?" Destroying their skin today is just an appetizer. In the future, if they are lucky enough to survive this time, it will be the beginning of the show. Bastards! Kill me! How painful it feels to beat your own eyeballs out. He sneered while pacing back and forth, muttering and gnashing his teeth as he said these words. This made Su Sheng's heart tremble. He looked at Li Yunxin. No matter how he looked at her, she looked like a lunatic, but she was still conscious. It was really strange. But after hearing his words, she couldn't help but say, didn't you plan to kill you from the start? Didn't you say that if those two wanted to keep you alive, they would find a way to make them hate you so much that they would kill you in front of the formation, so that they could escape? Li Yunxin stopped and turned around to glare at him. He said confidently, so what if I am? I asked him to kill them, and he actually killed them. What's wrong with me bearing a grudge against him? Su Sheng let out another sigh. Crazy. This Li Yunxin was probably really crazy. Perhaps his spirit had been damaged by the possession over and over again. But he wasn't sure. He had only heard Li Yunxin mention this method, but he didn't know the inside story. But no matter what, Su Sheng shook his head. Fine. In the end, I won't be able to stay here for long, so I'm leaving just like that. If you want to go crazy and wreak havoc on Cloud Mountain, I'll accompany you. After saying this, he said sternly, but you did this to vent your anger. But didn't your previous efforts go to waste? You originally planned to let everyone think that you were dead. Now that you sneaked back and saved someone, you still have a way to cover it up. But to make such a ruckus, those two wandering souls will know that it was your doing. Li Yunxin turned around and looked at him disappointedly. Friend, are you stupid? If you ran to someone's house and melted their talisman, would you leave a note saying that it was done by me? When Su Sheng interacted with Li Yunxin previously, he felt that although he was strange and crazy, he was still polite and restrained. But now that Li Yunxin was released from the layers of pressure, he immediately changed. When he talked to him again, even if it was the sage's reincarnation, he was like a gangster in the market, no respect at all. But Su Sheng didn't want to argue with this madman. Although he didn't know if the talisman Li Yun mentioned was a Daotong talisman or a Kinzo talisman, he still sighed. Of course I don't. Li Yunxin suddenly laughed. I do. After saying this, he casually pulled down a cabinet door. The cabinet was empty. The skin had been eaten by the roe deer baby. Then he stretched out his finger and carved a few words on the cupboard that was taller than a person. Li Yunxin destroyed the bastard's human skin here. After thinking for a while, he carved a small line next to the words. Look at the back, there's a surprise. As he carved, he couldn't help but laugh. This made Su Sheng's heart pound. He was a demon after all, a demon. Then he saw Li Yunxin flip the door over and carve. I told you to look, so look. Stupid. After carving this, he couldn't help but laugh. Su Sheng sighed again. Just as he was about to tell him that it was useless, he suddenly realized Li Yunxin's carvings were a bit strange. As soon as he thought of this, he immediately let out a soft "huh?" After taking a closer look, he cried out, You're imitating Chen Zhao's handwriting. Chen Zhao's drawing skills were bad, but his handwriting was passable. After all, he had lived for a long time. With some practice, he wouldn't be too bad. And Li Yunxin's talent didn't need to be mentioned. After all, he had seen many of Art Saint Chen Zhao's handwriting. After seeing it and thinking about it, he could imitate it pretty well. At this time, whether it was the handwriting left on the zoo arch or the one left on the cabinet door, it wasn't his but Chen Zhao's. And the tone of those words was very similar to Chen Zhao's. When Su Sheng said this, Li Yunxin suddenly stopped laughing. He stopped smiling and turned to look at Su Sheng. His tone became serious. But this isn't enough. So I have another thing to ask you. As he spoke, he flattened the cabinet door with one hand and put the other hand on it. He stared at Su Sheng. What does Chen Zhao look like? Su Sheng was stunned. Then he realized what Li Yunxin was going to do. He hesitated for a moment and said, Okay. However, this method of yours might not necessarily work. Chen Ying actually looks a bit flirtatious. Ordinary women would always have a flirtatious appearance and would always give off a frivolous and unrestrained feeling. But Chen Zhao, this person, makes me feel that he's really smart. Li Yunqin interrupted him. Tell me the details. For example, what kind of eyes? What shape do they look like, whether the corners of the eyes are raised or lowered? Whether there are any sleeping silkworms? Also, whether the nose is straight or narrow? Whether there are spots or moles on the face? Don't get emotional when you talk about these. Su Xing blinked his eyes. You want to draw her image? That might not be able to fool the two wandering souls. You have to know that they... Li Yunqin spread his hands and tilted his head at him. Su Xing said, Okay. I'll do as you say, Chen Zhao's eyes. After all, he had been with Chen Zhao for 1,000 years. Naturally, they didn't see each other every day. Sometimes they would see each other 2 or 3 times a day, or sometimes only once in a few years. But he still remembered their faces. Now he was able to describe them in detail. As he spoke, he saw Li Yunqin use his sharp nails to gently scratch on the cabinet door. The technique wasn't the one commonly used in painting, or in the current world. The lines were fine and messy, as if he was randomly smearing. But he was knowledgeable and slowly realized that Li Yunqin was trying to use this method to restore Chen Zhao's original appearance. Only a few people in Li Yunqin's previous world used this method. These people were called criminal sketchers. Before the technology was developed, they would listen to the victim's description of the suspect's appearance and draw a portrait that was strikingly similar to the victim. Li Yunqin had never done this before, but because of his previous profession, he had come into contact with many such people. People who worked in this profession needed his professional help slightly more often than others. But he wondered if they would be scared if they knew that the person they asked for help looked like this. But no matter what, he would also practice painting in this life. Art skills were often interconnected. Now that he had a solid foundation, he got good results on the first try. At first he was far from it. Li Yunqin didn't draw as well as he wanted. But after about 15 minutes, as Su Xing described more and more details, Li Yunqin's character looked more and more like it. Su Xing's eyes slowly lit up. He didn't know how many more interesting things Li Yunqin was hiding. Although it was hard to deal with when he went crazy, there were many times when he could surprise people. Just like that, almost an hour passed. So, a woman's appearance was engraved on the back of the cabinet door. Li Yunqin exhaled softly and tilted his head to examine it. Then, he proudly showed it to Su Xing. How is it? Does it look like this? When he spoke, his joy was overflowing. It was unknown if he was happy because he had done something he had never done before, or because he finally knew what Qining looked like. Su Xing looked at it too, but he frowned and shook his head. That's not right. Li Yunqin stared. You clearly described it like this. Similar in appearance, but not in spirit. Su Xing sighed. The eyebrows and eyes are all right, but it lacks her lively temperament. You should know that temperament is very difficult to grasp. This time, your craftsmanship was too strong. You pursued the resemblance too much, so the artistic conception is lacking. In my opinion, this is a small trick. It should be crazy. Li Yunqin ignored him and closed the cabinet door. He raised his hand and tapped a few spots on the back of Chen Ying's figure, drawing a few runes. Then, he suddenly waved his hand and erased the image. For example, when he was in Qinghe County, he had drawn the 9th young master and summoned his virtual image. It was because he had carefully observed him and felt the flow of energy around him. Thus, the painting had some of the 9th young master's spiritual qi. So once he used it, the 9th young master's spiritual qi made the virtual image even more vivid. It was exactly the same as the 9th young master himself. As for the other masters in the world, the clay statues and portraits worshipped in the temples were painted with the spiritual qi of the true God. It was more or less the same, but he had never seen Qining himself. So he used another method. First, he drew Chen Ying's appearance. Then, he drew it purely as if it was a person he had created out of thin air, just like how he drew some strong men or gods. It looked dazzling, but it was all for show. It was just to scare people. This was the so-called illusion technique and smokescreen. He had left a few runes on the portrait to ensure that it could be projected. When he was done, he inserted the cabinet door into the ground. The cabinet used to store the treasures of the two wandering souls was naturally not ordinary. The cabinet door was like tofu under Li Yunqin's fingers. It was inserted into the black jade floor, but the black jade was like tofu. Just like that, he stood facing the door of the hall. Li Yunqin took a few steps back and pointed at the back of the cabinet door. Immediately, there was a flash of green light. A figure appeared out of thin air. It was Chun Ying's appearance. Seeing this, Su Sheng was a bit dazed. Previously, he had not felt anything when he saw the carvings on the cabinet door. Now that he saw the image, he realized that Li Yunqin was really amazing. Even he could not tell the difference between Li Yunqin and Chen Ying. Li Yunqin stared at the figure silently for a while. Suddenly he laughed strangely. Then he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. In a soft voice he said, "You're dead." This voice made Su Sheng's body go numb. It sounded like he was shouting with his throat pinched. When he heard Chen Ying's shadow repeat it, he realized that Li Yunqin was teaching this thing to speak. But the voice was naturally different from Chen Ying's. So, they asked and answered again, slowly polishing the voice into Chen Ying's appearance. When everything was done, Li Yunqin turned around and unrolled the scroll. He drew something on the paper casually. The roe deer baby that had finished eating the human skin, but was still hiding in the cabinet, turned into a beam of green light and was sucked back. Then, Li Yunqin said calmly, "Where are the other treasures of Cloud Mountain, Daotong and Kinzhou?" Hearing this, Su Sheng was moved. "What do you mean?" Li Yunqin smiled. "What do I mean? You don't think that I've endured for so long, used so many schemes and suffered so much, just to step on some flowers and plants, kidnap some rare animals, and destroy some clothes?" He sneered again. "The other treasures of Cloud Mountain, the treasures left by the saints of Daotong and Kinzhou, as well as many pills, where are they? I've died a few times now, and my demonic power is almost gone. Do you think I'm going to rely on myself to slowly cultivate, enjoy incense, and spend hundreds or thousands of years to find them? Of course, I still need to take pills." Su Sheng frowned and stared at him. "Take pills? Do you know how many miraculous pills there are on Cloud Mountain? How are you going to take them? They all have different effects and uses, although they all have spiritual power. If you eat them as pills to replenish spiritual power, it's like using the beautiful clothes of the mortal world to add fuel to the fire and boil water. It's like burning a zither and boiling a crane. How many do you need to eat to replenish your demonic power?" As he said this, his expression became serious. "If you want to take revenge on the two wandering souls, I won't say a word. But if you want to destroy the foundation of Cloud Mountain, I won't allow it." Chapter 503. From the moment Li Yunqin met Su Sheng to the moment he spoke. This was the most serious this reincarnation of the master of calligrapher had ever been. His expression changed almost instantly. His tone was firm, and it seemed that there was no room for negotiation. So Li Yunqin squinted his eyes. His eyes used to be black and white. Now that he was squinting, his pupils instantly turned into a brilliant gold, with a thin black line in the middle. Coupled with his previous crazed look and the spacious and quiet atmosphere in the hall, people couldn't help but feel their hair stand on end. It was as if Li Yunqin had suddenly turned into a terrifying beast at this moment, about to devour people. The real master of calligrapher would not feel anything when he looked like this. But now this reincarnation of the master of calligrapher had a lot of emotions. And because of those emotions, he was slightly shocked by his look. But then he sneered. "Li Yunqin, what? Do you want to turn against me? I know you are originally eccentric, but I always think this is also your outstanding point. I also know that your mind will be affected by these big changes, so I let you do many things." Su Sheng stared at him seriously. At the same time, he took 2 steps back. He was not showing weakness. He was seriously keeping a distance from Li Yunqin and preparing for something in case Li Yunqin suddenly attacked him. The current Li Yunqin was not the Li Yunqin outside the Cloud Mountain. Without any scruples, without any pressure, he had already revealed his true self. In the past, he was wearing a human skin. No matter his appearance, character, or thinking, he was wearing a human skin. But now he seemed to have temporarily thrown away the skin. Su Sheng could not tell what kind of existence Li Yunqin was at this moment. He was like a human but not a human, like a demon but not a demon. He was not even sure how to deal with him. If he was really a demon, he would naturally get rid of this demon as the reincarnation of the master of calligrapher. But he was not. He still had a lot of human energy, but to say that he was a human being who could predict what he would do or say in the next moment. Su Sheng frowned and continued. But this matter is related to the fate of the world. The treasures on Little Cloud Mountain. What kind of treasures do you think they are in the treasury of a mortal emperor? Those so-called treasures were nothing more than playthings to look at. But which one of the treasures inside wasn't powerful enough to stir up a storm of blood the moment they appeared? It was fine to just talk about the functions of these magic treasures. But what do these treasures actually amount to? It's almost half of the foundation of the Celestial Gate. It was half of the foundation of the world's righteous path. Daotong and Kinzo's treasures. That's easy for you to say. But actually it's the most. At this point he paused twice. Because he really didn't know what to say. It was also because he had never had the chance to talk about such a thing before. To explain to a person the weight of the treasures left behind by the saints of Daotong and Kinzo over the past 50,000 years. Who dared to ask such a thing? Su Sheng simply couldn't believe that Li Yunxin dared to have designs on these things. He also couldn't believe that he actually wanted to explain to him, persuade him, and discuss with him to convince him. His words could be said to be sincere and well-intentioned. Who in the world had the face to be treated like this by the reincarnated body of a saint? But what about that Li Yunxin? He wasn't satisfied and didn't appreciate it. He actually laughed coldly and interrupted Su Sheng. Oh, in the end, you just don't want to help me. After saying this, he put away the scroll in his hand, tied it to his back, and strode out of the hall. If you don't want to help me, I'll look for it myself, room by room. I'll destroy them all and see if I can find it. Su Sheng's face turned cold. You dare? Others fell for his trick, but Li Yunxin didn't fall for it. He laughed coldly 3 times and shot out like lightning. You see if I dare or not. Even though his monster power hadn't recovered, his strong body was still there. In just 2 breaths' time he jumped out of the door, like an eagle rising from the ground, flipping over to the roof of the hall. Then, he stomped on the roof, and like an arrow leaving the bow, he shot towards a 6-story exquisite pagoda in the northwest direction. There was only a waterside pavilion between this pagoda and the dome hall. The waterside pavilion floated on a round lake with shimmering water and green lotuses. It was a rare and beautiful scene. Li Yunxin descended from the sky and landed on the eaves of the waterside pavilion, stomping on it. The eaves immediately rumbled, and a big hole appeared. He used the force of this stomp to jump up again. But he said, "This is also the place where those 2 bastards go sightseeing. Let's see if there are any treasures hidden here." After saying this, he struck down with his palm in mid-air. Monster power gushed out. With a deafening sound, a perfectly good waterside pavilion exploded. The broken bricks and tiles flew in all directions, shooting far away. The surrounding green lotuses were smashed into smithereens. The originally clear water was also smashed by the falling wooden beams and rocks, turning muddy. The pitiful waterside pavilion was actually just a big octagonal pavilion with double eaves and a long corridor. There were no walls around, not even a curtain. What could be hidden? Su Sheng knew that this Li Yunxin wasn't looking for treasures. He was obviously destroying everything he saw to vent his anger. He didn't know why he suddenly became so angry. Even though his tribulation body didn't have any divine powers, he could use divine powers. Seeing Li Yunxin's crazy look, he knew that he couldn't be arrogant anymore. Thus he shouted in a low voice, "You're too naughty." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped up just like Li Yunxin and chased after him in the direction he had gone. In just a few leaps, he was very close to Li Yunxin. He shouted again, "Li Yunxin, the restrictive spell on the mountain is still there. Do you really want me to use those methods to deal with you?" What he got was nothing else, but Li Yunxin had already leaped up to the top of the 6-story exquisite pagoda. He sneered at him again, "See if there's anything here." Then he suddenly plunged down. The whole pagoda immediately collapsed with a rumble. Thick smoke and dust gushed out from the windows of the pagoda, as if a giant god in the sky had thrown a stone at the top of the pagoda. In an instant, Li Yunxin used his strong body to pierce through the pagoda from top to bottom, smashing it. Smoke and dust filled the sky, quickly forming a mushroom cloud. In the next moment, a figure broke through the clouds and shot towards the southeast. Su Sheng finally got angry. He didn't chase after Li Yunxin anymore. Instead, he glanced down and saw a thin, craggy stone by the lake. He reached out and waved at the thin stone. Formation. Light appeared and spiritual energy surged. The surrounding area suddenly darkened, as if the sunlight was sifted through by an invisible sieve. Then he looked at Su Sheng again. His hands and feet were plated with a layer of misty golden light, as if there was divine power attached to them. His feet slightly tapped in the air, and a five-colored auspicious cloud lifted him up high into the sky. He stretched out his left hand again, and a lot pot appeared in his palm. His face was as calm as water, and his voice was like a great bell. Li Yunxin, you want a magic treasure? I'll show you this one. Then he pointed at Li Yunxin in the distance with his right hand. Fifth gate. Li Yunxin originally went straight to a huge three-story palace with heavy eaves. The palace had big red walls and gold and jade tiles. It was surrounded by 3 white jade pillars, and there were 2 wide dragon and phoenix paths in front of the palace. It looked extremely majestic. If it was destroyed, it would definitely look even more majestic when it collapsed. But when Su Sheng said those 3 words, it was as if he ran into an invisible barrier. He was only a few feet away from the top of the palace, but he couldn't fly over. Then, 5 huge gods in bright armor appeared around him. They looked angry and raised their hands to catch him. Li Yunxin didn't even think and punched them. His whole body was about the size of the 5 gods' fists. However, the moment he punched out, the celestial being's body started to sway and was almost destroyed by him. The other 4 grabbed him tightly, restraining him, but Li Yunxin punched and kicked them again. In just 2 breaths' time, the 5 gods' bodies were destroyed, and they quickly turned into a golden light and disappeared. He laughed coldly. This is your magic treasure. Su Sheng was neither happy nor angry. He sighed and hesitated for a while. Then he turned his finger. A lot flew out from the lot holder in his left hand. When the lot flew into the air, it immediately turned into hundreds of soldiers in golden armor, each holding a weapon, and charged at Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin shouted bravely in the air. This kind of trash, no matter how many come, I will kill them all. As soon as he finished speaking, his arms suddenly lit up with electricity, and he charged straight into the formation. But when he defeated the 5 gods, it looked like he was playing around. Now it was a little more difficult to fight these hundreds of soldiers. After a quarter of an hour, all of them were blasted away, and his body was covered with cuts and bruises. Especially his face. After his rebirth, his face was thin and fragile. Now that he was in a forest of swords and spears, his face was full of blood and wounds, and it looked very scary. But it was only scary to look at. She reached out and wiped her face, revealing the tender pink face underneath. He didn't even need to wash his face. Both spells failed, but Su Sheng still didn't change his expression. Seeing that Li Yunxin was approaching him, he moved his fingers again, and 2 more lots flew out, turning into hundreds of soldiers that were the same as before. But this time, it took Li Yunxin a lot more effort to kill them than last time. He had learned some martial arts since he was young, so his attacks were very methodical, and he didn't randomly punch and kick like the hooligans in the market. But when he killed them for the 3rd time, he gradually found that the soldiers formed by the golden light were actually a little similar to him. But before he just killed them casually, but now he was serious. In less than 15 minutes, this group was also cleared by him, and he continued to charge at Su Sheng. Okay. I will tie you up first, and then I will find mine. Su Sheng didn't change his expression, and he turned his fingers 3 times. Then 3 more lots flew out of the lot pot in his left hand, turning into hundreds of heavenly weapons. Now looking at these hundreds of heavenly weapons, it was even more obvious. Not only were their fighting methods almost exactly the same as Li Yunxin's, even their originally blurry faces were very similar to Li Yunxin's. These heavenly weapons were getting more and more difficult to deal with. At this time, Li Yunxin was already fighting hard with 120% of his spirit, but he was still in a difficult situation. At this time, Su Sheng said in a deep voice, This magic treasure is called the Ruliao lot. If you use one part of your strength to give it, it will save one part of its strength. What kind of fighting method you use, it will slowly learn to fight in the same way. If you haven't reached the Grand Supreme Realm, it will eventually use the same kind of magical power you use. Li Yunxin, the more you fight now, the harder it will be to defeat it next time. Why are you still messing around? But Li Yunxin was determined. He clenched his teeth and didn't say anything, only gathering his remaining courage, looking as if he was going to win again. So Su Sheng sighed again, his fingers moving again. This time, another 3 lots flew out. In the air, they turned into 3 golden-armored deities who looked more like Li Yunxin. One on the left, one on the right, and one at the back. They flew through the crowd and grabbed Li Yunxin firmly. Li Yunxin tried to struggle, but he couldn't break free for a while. This was bad. The heavenly generals who were fighting with him also turned into streams of light and entered the bodies of the 3 people. At this time he couldn't even move. At this time, Su Sheng's brows relaxed a little. He stared at Li Yunxin, who was gritting his teeth for a while, then said, Li Yunxin, tell me. Although you're not a kind person, you're not unreasonable either. But this matter, why are you so crazy and crazy? Everything you did before was to protect yourself. But now, not only can you protect yourself, you're even taking the initiative. Tell me, at this time should you take these treasures? If you take these treasures, will the wandering souls of the Freemasonry chase you to the end? Is it possible to drag you out again? Li Yunxin couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried, so he simply stopped moving. Now that he heard Su Sheng ask these questions again, he sneered. Yes. It's possible. So what? Su Sheng glared at him. Then why do you have to do this? You want to save your demon generals? I can lead you to get soul return pills. You can take as many as you want. If you want demonic energy, I can lead you to get some pills. It's harmless to the body to eat them, and it's not a waste to use them on you. But the treasures left behind by the saints on Cloud Mountain belong to the Taoist sect. Even if it's temporarily controlled by the Freemasonry, one day, the Taoist sect will still be the Taoist sect. But if you take them away, can you guarantee that you can protect these treasures? Won't they fall into the hands of bad people? Can you? Li Yunxin laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Bad people. To you, aren't the biggest bad people in the world those wandering souls? Keeping them in their hands. Is it better than keeping them in my hands? Su Sheng raised his eyebrows. Cloud Mountain will recover one day. At that time, this Cloud Mountain will still be the Taoist sect's Cloud Mountain. But if it leaks outside, you, Li Yunxin, are you playing dumb? Li Yunxin suddenly laughed. Good. You want to know what's wrong with me? I'll tell you now. Chapter 504. After laughing, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Su Sheng. It's because you said it too lightly. Recover Yunshan. Ha! The bodies of the 2 sages were destroyed. They wandered for thousands of years like lonely ghosts. Now they dare to sneak back with the help of a nobody like me. The Freemasonry has taken control of nearly half of the Dongtian school. The other half has either died or left. It's on the verge of collapse. Now the demons have attacked to the foot of Yunshan. It's almost a hopeless situation. Under such circumstances, even if Yunshan is defended, most of the Taoist priests and swordsmen are dead. Not to mention the whole world is divided, and the foundation is shaken. Under such circumstances, you told me to recover Yunshan, and not to touch those treasures. Let me ask you, where do you get your confidence from? Su Sheng smiled and was about to speak. Li Yunxin looked at him fiercely. I'm just a pawn of yours, right? You're still hiding something from me. Su Sheng blinked, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. They looked at each other for a while. Su Sheng let out a sigh. Why do you say that? Do you think I'm a fool? Li Yunxin looked at him. The people of Mu Nanju also used me and treated me as a pawn. But at least you didn't insult my IQ. You've done a good job of keeping up appearances. You carried me in a fancy sedan chair, and called me Dragon King. What about you? Your other reincarnation, Su Weng, went to Dongting Lake and my dragon palace to rebuild a body for Lu Ling. Li Yunxin shook his head and laughed at himself. At that time, I thought maybe you were a master of the Dongtian school. You wanted to save Lu Ling because you loved her. I even thought that Su Weng was the incarnation of the sage. Before Lu Ling got out of Yunshan, she was summoned to the two sages and was given many magic treasures. Maybe that was why the sage wanted to save her. But later I learned that the sage was long dead. Li Yunxin sneered. Since the saint is a wandering soul of the Freemasons, he won't save Lu Ling. Who was that Su Weng? After that, I met you and knew that Su Weng was indeed another reincarnation of you, the master of calligraphy. Moreover, the body he remolded for Lu Ling through my dragon palace is called the Six Desires Tribulation Physique. It's exactly what the two wandering souls of the Freemasons want at all costs. Then tell me, a mere Lu Ling actually required the tribulation body of a saint to personally deal with him. To use such a mysterious method to reconstruct her body. Who is this Lu Ling? Li Yunxin glared at him. You are the reincarnation of the sage of calligraphy. Then, where was Sword Saint Zhuomu's tribulation body? Don't you realize that ever since I met you, I've been asking all sorts of questions and never mentioned the Sword Saint's reincarnation? Do you think I'm a fool and have forgotten her? Su Xing frowned. After a moment of silence he said, I see. Alas, if I did that thing back then, I wouldn't have done it like Su Weng. After all, the tribulation he went through was different from mine, so he did things more casually. But you said that I treated you as a fool because of that, which is also a criticism. And Li Yunxin sneered again and interrupted him. What happened after that? Su Weng left a message saying that I sent her to live in seclusion and let her live as an ordinary person for the rest of her life. I didn't want to care about these things, but I thought that Su Weng might have a profound background and that Lu Ling had died in my hands before, so there was no irreconcilable enmity between us. So I sent her to Chui Gang. At that time, I still thought that Su Weng did things according to his heart. Perhaps it's because an expert wouldn't understand the sufferings of an insignificant person. Lu Ling used to be a cultivator. Now she has become an ordinary person, but the foundation of cultivation is still there in her mind. Isn't this kind of person good material to be a wandering soul of the Freemasons? As a wandering soul, her cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. It would be strange if the Freemasons didn't catch her. Li Yunxin paused. But at that time, I couldn't be bothered to care about it. After all, I didn't know her anything or have any friendship with her. After that, she was indeed taken away by the Freemasons. So actually, you already knew that the Freemasons would do this. Am I right? You wanted the Freemasons to take Lu Ling away, so that she could infiltrate their ranks. And you are now in Mount Shaoyan. The two of you actually have other plans, one inside and one outside. That's why you confidently told me about the restoration of Mount Shaoyan, and how you can't let those things leak out. Because until now, you still regard the things on Mount Shaoyan as your private property. So you don't feel bad when I destroy the things of two wandering souls. But now that I'm going to destroy yours and take yours, you feel bad, don't you? His tone was very sharp when he said this. Su Xing listened to his words quietly. Then he sighed softly. These words of yours, Li Yunxin, I'm afraid you've hidden them in your heart for a long time. So it's precisely because of this that you think I'm using you. So when I told you not to take the magic treasure of Mount Shaoyan, you flared up? Humph. Li Yunxin snorted and laughed. The sound came from his chest, very dull. Do you know what I'm most upset about? He slowly calmed down, but his gradually turning golden eyes seemed to ignite a ball of fire. What I'm most upset about is, you people always think that I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy to participate in your game. Even though I'm already in the game, you still treat me as a chess piece. Those two wandering souls treat me as a chess piece. That person from Munanju keeps saying that he's my ally, but in fact, he still treats me as a chess piece. As for you, Grandpa Calligrapher, you still treat me as a chess piece. Su Xing shook his head. The world is like a game. In this world, who isn't a chess piece? Ha, that's right. You people treat the world as a chess game. In this game, there are several chess players staring at each other, each with their own thoughts, using all the power they can to defeat the other party. From the beginning to the end, your vision is only focused on the opponent. As for the others, those who are used by you as chess pieces, you've never cared about them. Li Yunqing grinned, revealing her fangs that had become slightly sharper. For example, look at me now. What I'm most upset about is being looked down upon by you people. I've done so many things and settled so many things. But now, I find that I'm actually just a step in the big picture of you, and that Lu Ling. Your vision is on the Freemasonry on the future. I'm just a chess piece in the eyes of you, Mu Nanju, isn't that right? Su Sheng frowned and looked at him. He didn't answer his question but said, Li Yunqing, you've forgotten yourself. You're very good at playing with people's hearts. Now, don't you know that your current mood and appearance are like a child's? Children in the secular world always want to be recognized by others. Once they've been ignored for a long time, they'll make a big fuss. Look at yourself now, isn't that the case? Li Yunqing immediately spat. So what if I am? I'll tell you the truth. I feel very wronged and upset. I'm upset about you. And I'm also upset about Mu Nanju. In addition, I really want to step all of you under my feet in the future. And then ask you if you feel that you've done wrong today, looking down on me like a snob. Su Sheng shook his head and smiled faintly. I hope that day will come for you. But Li Yunqing, you can't do that today. Today, you can be at ease for the time being. I'll bring you out of Little Cloud Mountain, and bring your 2 demon generals with me. After that, you can find a secluded place, and quietly observe the changes here. Li Yunqing sneered again. Can't do it today? I'm going to take all the treasures today. Su Sheng sighed, as if he was looking at a willful child. Fine, fine, fine. Whatever you say. But now. But before he could finish, he was suddenly interrupted. What interrupted him were 5 words. There were 3 groups in total. Horseshoe. Su Sheng was stunned. Then he heard the second group, blossoming flower. He suddenly realized something, and immediately moved his fingers. But the last word was read out before he could use it. God. Su Sheng's expression suddenly froze, and his body froze. Then, the lot pot in his left hand suddenly turned into a spot of light and disappeared. The 3 demon generals that were restraining Li Yunqing also disappeared. Su Sheng's body fell from the sky like a wooden stake, smashing into the ground, and raising a large amount of dust. Li Yunqing narrowed his eyes and landed in front of him. In fact, Su Sheng could now see Li Yunqing's boots, right next to his face. He could also see the tiniest dust on the boots, and he could feel and understand everything in this world. But he couldn't control his reincarnated body. It was as if his consciousness was forced behind the scenes by some power, and he became a complete bystander. Li Yunqing lowered his head and looked at his face. After a while he said softly, Unfortunately, you didn't work in my line of work. It's also a pity that you people are too confident in yourselves. I guess you used to think that my methods weren't that big of a deal. You are just a reincarnated body. If you want to cut it, you will just have to go through the tribulation again. But if you were me, you would know that. Don't give people like me a chance to play tricks in your head. Now listen to me. I will count to 3, and you will feel that I am a person worthy of complete trust. You will also feel that there is nothing wrong with leaving all the treasures on Cloud Mountain to me for safekeeping. Moreover, after I say goodbye to you, I will forget everything that has happened today, as well as everything that has to do with me. Now listen to me. 3, 2, 1. Su Sheng took a deep breath, and blinked like he was spasming for a while. He slowly climbed up from the ground. He looked confused as if he couldn't understand many things. He stared at Li Yunqing. What did you do to me? Li Yunqing tilted his head and stared at him for a while. He smiled. I brainwashed you, just like what I did to you in the Qing army camp. Now let's get down to business. Where are the treasures and all kinds of spirit pills and miraculous medicines left behind by the saints on the floating mountain? Su Sheng replied without hesitation. Some are in the Qian Hall in the north. Others are in the Kuan Hall in the south. Most of the pills are in the Qi Hall. There are restrictions and guards in all 3 places, but I know the way to break them. It isn't difficult to take things out. If you want to take them all, you can use the Linglong Pagoda inside to store them. The Linglong Pagoda can be big or small, so it is convenient for you to carry it on you. When he said these words, his tone was smooth and sincere. However, the expression on his face was extremely strange. As he spoke in this tone, his eyebrows were furrowed in anger. It was as if there was another him in his body that wanted to rush out and shut his mouth. Li Yunqin didn't care about his expression. He smiled. Okay, take me there. Su Xing didn't hesitate and walked away. Just like this, the two of them walked for about a dozen steps. Su Xing suddenly stopped. The moment he stopped, Li Yunqin, who was behind him, immediately stepped back, and at the same time, dodged to the side. He dodged the incomparably sharp light that Su Xing raised his hand and swept behind him. This light brushed the bottom of his feet and flew out. It swept a distance of dozens of feet and rushed into the already muddy lake with a bang, stirring up waves that shot into the sky. If this had swept across Li Yunqin's body, he probably wouldn't be able to get up for a while and would be captured without a fight. However, he dodged it and laughed loudly. Good, good, good. You are a sage after all. You are used to face tribulations. This layer can't trap you. It only trapped him for less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. Now Su Xing turned around, and his face was really angry. Li Yunqin, although I hid something from you, I didn't want to hurt you. And now you are so stubborn about this matter with me. Today I am here, and you can't take anything away. Now the reincarnation of the sage of calligrapher was really angry. When he looked at Li Yunqin before, he only thought that he was an interesting junior and a willful kid. Most of the time, he tolerated and indulged Li Yunqin. At least he thought that was the case. He wouldn't really get angry because of Li Yunqin's actions. But now, it seemed that someone had done something to his brain. How could he tolerate this kind of thing? As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't do anything. Instead, he flew to the north. Li Yunqin knew what he was trying to do with one look. This reincarnation had a strong body, but it didn't have any supernatural power. It could only be borrowed. But borrowed things might not be useful in fighting. It was better to use the magic treasures and formations that were set up on Cloud Mountain, like what he did just now. Now that he was going to the north, there must be a strong restriction formation in the north. How could he let him get what he wanted? He sneered and chased after him. Of course, he didn't know where the formations were set up. But there was another way. Destroy everything you saw that was suspicious. Not to mention supernatural power. Li Yunqin's long jiu was stronger than the reincarnation of the sage of calligrapher. Everywhere the two of them passed, the pavilions, palaces, and halls were all reduced to ruins. Su Xing seemed to be afraid of falling into Li Yunqin's trap again. When he flew to the north, he tore off 2 pieces of his clothes and stuffed them into his ears, pretending to be a deaf person. Along the way, they destroyed everything. In just a dozen breaths' time, they ran for several miles. Then he saw an incomparably huge ornamental watch. This Chinese watch stood on a big square, like a needle on a sundial. However, this needle was over 100 feet tall, and as thick as a dozen people's arms. It was strange. When they were far away, they couldn't see anything. They could only see that the square was empty, and there were no buildings. But once Li Yunqin followed Su Xing and stepped into the square, the huge Chinese watch suddenly appeared, as if it jumped out from some space. At this moment, he knew something was wrong. Looking at the golden light on the Chinese watch, it must have an amazing spiritual power. And it appeared so suddenly. Su Xing must have calculated that he couldn't see it and wanted to lead him in. But it was too late when he wanted to retreat. A slight buzzing sound was heard, and a huge light shield appeared above the square, covering the two of them. Su Xing didn't hesitate, and waved at the Chinese watch. Formation. There were embossments on the Chinese watch. On the pillar, there was a monster that looked like a dragon, but not a dragon, like a fish, but not a fish. Other than this monster, there was also a crane. It was beside the monster that looked like a fish, but not a dragon. And, even though Li Yunqin was shocked and panicked, he still noticed Su Xing's gaze. When Su Xing saw the Chinese watch, he was happy. He was happy that Li Yunqin was lured here. Then he was surprised. He was surprised that the appearance of the Chinese watch had changed. But at this critical moment, Li Yunqin didn't think too much, and neither did Su Xing. So the room fell into an awkward silence. Li Yunxin wanted to leave, but he couldn't. Su Sheng waved his hand, but the Chinese watch didn't move. The formation he mentioned didn't respond to him. The two of them stared at each other for a moment. Then, Li Yunxin turned around and pounced at him. Su Sheng retreated to the side of the Chinese watch and flicked the pillar. A burst of golden light shone, and the two embossments on the Chinese watch suddenly became lively, as if they were about to come out. Su Sheng shouted, "Go!" The two figures immediately broke free from the Chinese watch and fell to the ground. Li Yunxin didn't know whether the two figures that Su Sheng summoned from the Chinese watch were divine beasts that were used to form a formation. So when he saw the two figures coming towards him, he waved his palms and was about to attack them. But at this critical moment, he saw the faces of the two figures clearly. He grunted and retracted his strength. The wind from his palms brushed past the two figures' shoulders and exploded to the side. The two figures were not strangers. They were Bai Yunxin and Hong Nyangzi. The three of them bumped into each other and fell to the ground in a tangled mess. Taking a breather, Su Sheng flicked the Chinese watch again. The huge Chinese watch that was more than 100 feet tall immediately turned into a small flagpole and fell from the air into his hand. He held the treasure firmly, then heaved a sigh of relief, and turned to look at the three people on the ground. I was wondering why this demon execution banner didn't listen to me. It turns out that it sealed the two of you. As he said this, he held the treasure in his hand again, but he didn't attack again, because he was slightly shocked. There were very few things that could shock the sage of calligraphy, and now he had encountered one. The demon execution banner in his hand was not the most powerful among the treasures of the Xian men, but it was the most famous. But it was not famous because of its outstanding military achievements, but because of a big demon. The first big demon in the Grand Supreme Realm, the Golden Rock King. This magic treasure was originally refined because the Golden Rock had become a big demon in the Grand Supreme Realm. So the sage wanted to keep it, so he refined it. Unfortunately, before this thing was used, the Xian men and the Golden Rock had a tacit understanding. It was born for the Grand Supreme Demon, but it had never been used. Therefore, it was later set up in this square, and could be considered one of the major formations of the mountain. Just now, when Su Sheng reached out to summon it, it didn't listen. There were two possibilities for this situation. One was that it was broken. The other was that it was carrying a weight that it couldn't bear. Now he knew that it was the second possibility. This demon execution banner had sealed Red Lady and Bai Yunxin. All the spiritual power in the banner was used to suppress these two demons, so it had no time to listen to the summons. The problem was, Bai Yunxin was in the true realm. To this demon execution banner, she was just a sesame seed on a cattail leaf fan. How could he ask this magic treasure to use all the spiritual power? Then the strange thing was with Red Lady. Su Sheng knew that there was a dragon soul sealed in her body, but since the dragon soul was sealed, it meant that it was similar to a dead object. For example, fruits and seeds. The weight was there, but you couldn't say that it was a fruit tree or a flower. The dragon soul was similar. For example, when a person was alive, these bones and flesh formed a person, and you could call it a person. But when it died, the flesh and blood were still flesh and blood, and it could only be called a corpse. The dragon soul in Shinryu's body was considered a dragon soul, but it was separated and sealed, and it couldn't be fused or revived, so it became a dead object. There were many secrets involved in this, and it was very mysterious. He could only think about it roughly at the moment. Then Red Lady, who had the dragon soul sealed, was just a red lady with a dead object, or a small transformative state fish spirit. But this demon execution banner didn't listen to his summons, and was suppressed by these two demons. Su Sheng was startled. He stared at Hong Nyangzi without saying anything. At this time, Li Yunxin had already stood up. He hesitated for a while, and reached out to pull Bai Yunxin and Red Lady up. The two demonesses looked to be in a rather sorry state at this moment. They looked very weak. The demon-slaying banner was a treasure that could borrow strength to fight strength. It absorbed the demon's demonic power, and used it to restrain the demon's body. It was similar to the bright stick that Su Sheng had used to deal with Li Yunxin. In reality, the two of them were indeed components of another Dao artifact. Therefore, they had been restrained by their own power for many days, and they were exhausted. Bai Yunxin seemed to be in good spirits. As soon as she got free and stood up, she immediately stared at Su Sheng with her black eyes, and shouted, "Damn Taoist! How dare you capture me?" Her voice was sharp and high-pitched, and it made people's heads go numb. But with such momentum, there was nothing she could do. This floating mountain had sealed off her supernatural powers. She also saw the demon-slaying banner in Su Sheng's hands, and didn't know his actual strength, so she restrained her demonic temperament, and didn't make a move. Looking at Red Lady, she didn't look good. Chapter 505. Her face was pale, and her cheeks were sunken. She used to be a beautiful woman, but now she was as haggard as a withered willow that had been beaten by the wind and rain. But she was still conscious. She stood in front of Li Yunxin and stared at him with squinted eyes for a while, before she could see his face clearly. Then she was stunned for a while, like an old man with a confused mind, before she opened her mouth. "Ah, Li Lang." After saying this, she couldn't stand still. Her body softened, and she was about to fall into his arms. She wasn't putting on an act like other women, and it seemed that she really couldn't make it. When Li Yunxin saw her in the Palace of Hatred, his mind had been eroded by the dragon soul. Now after these days it looked even worse. He subconsciously reached out to hold her, but in the end, he dodged to the side and only held her. After holding her, he put his shoulder into Bai Yunxin's arms. "Take care of her. I still have things to do." Bai Yunxin stared at him. "Do you think I am? Did you kidnap her?" Li Yunxin looked at Su Sheng and walked slowly while saying to Bai Yunxin, "Besides, you have been collecting flood dragon meat for so many years. Don't you know her well? Since you've kidnapped him, shouldn't you have a start and an end?" Bai Yunxin heard his words and shouted again, "Li Yunxin, you." After saying this, he looked at Red Lady. "This little fish is going to die. If you leave like this, you won't be able to see her again." Li Yunxin frowned and glanced at Red Lady. "If I stay here, she will also die. I went to get some precious elixir. Maybe it can save her life." Bai Yunxin wanted to say something, but Red Lady seemed to have a terminal lucidity. She temporarily regained her consciousness and happened to hear Li Yunxin's words. She said in Bai Yunxin's arms, "Li Lang, you go. I know you still have important things to do. It's a pity." Sigh. Having said this, she fell into a stupor again, as though a veil were drifting over her brain, and would give her only a limited time to speak to the person of whom she had been thinking day and night. If it was someone else who saw her like this, perhaps their heart would soften, and they would chat with her. But it had to be Li Yunxin. In many people's eyes, Li Yunxin didn't have any emotions in his heart. Everything he had was to be used. However, the current Lu Gongzan might have a different opinion. If Lu Gongzan saw this scene, he would probably shake his head. His brother Xian, just as he had said, did not like to speak his mind to others. Even if, now he really felt a trace of pity for this Red Lady, and a trace of indistinct feelings, however, it would also make him avoid her even further. This was because this kind of emotion would always make him subconsciously panic. It seemed that he still hadn't learned how to grasp and control it. Perhaps because of this, an invisible and untouchable art saint that only existed in history and clues could become some kind of emotional sustenance for him. Because of this, he didn't need to face such a person. Thus, Li Yunxin only vaguely responded with an N. Red Lady slowly came back to her senses and continued what she had just said. She said in a low voice, "Sigh, it's a pity. When my father saw me for the last time, he told me that maybe I could help you in the future. Who knew that I would only become a burden now? If I can really help you, Li Lang." She turned to look at Su Sheng, and weakly raised her finger to point at the demon execution banner in his hand. "That banner suppresses the dragon soul in my body. It's already stagnant. I guess it's of no use now. You have to be careful. Come back soon." At this point, Su Sheng subconsciously glanced at the demon-slaying banner in his hand. It was also at this moment that Li Yunxin suddenly launched an attack and fiercely pounced towards him. In an instant, the two of them collided. Su Xing originally wanted to trap Li Yunxin, and Li Yunxin originally wanted to catch up to him. Now that the two of them were in the same restriction, it could be considered as a close combat. However, the two of them didn't want to kill each other. Li Yunxin wanted to get the method to break the restriction of the 3 halls from him. Su Xing didn't have any big grudges with him, but they were friends. Although Li Yunxin was stubborn, it wasn't good to kill him unless it was absolutely necessary. At least, he was a dragon's son who could use some supernatural powers in this restriction. If they really fought to the death, it was really unknown who would be the winner in the end. Therefore, after another 3 breaths, the huge restriction that enveloped the square suddenly dissipated. Su Xing broke it, withdrew to avoid Li Yunxin's attack, and turned to the east, as if to find another restriction. Li Yunxin naturally chased after him. Therefore, wherever the two of them passed, they raised a large amount of smoke and dust, as if there was an angry giant beast running wildly in this floating mountain. It really didn't know how many strange landscapes and precious treasures were destroyed. When the two of them came, they were like a gust of wind. After a short pause, they also left like a gust of wind. Bai Yunxin stared at the direction the two of them went for a while, and then lowered her head to look at Red Lady in her arms. The fish spirit's body was completely limp, and she was relying on Bai Yunxin to hold her. He Yao sighed, and slowly sat on the ground, letting Red Lady lie down with her legs as a pillow. Then he stared left and right at her face for a while, and said, "You are really stupid. But I don't blame you. Who told you to be a yin cultivator?" She said this, and then gritted her teeth. "Don't blame me for taking you away." At that time, your Dongting, your father was also gone, and a group of demons and people of Xianmen were eyeing you covetously. It was not a good situation for you to stay there. I took you away for your own good. But Red Lady just stared at her. She didn't know whether she heard it, but had no strength to speak, or she didn't hear it at all. Bai Yunxin was silent for a while, and then said, "Alas! In the words of human beings, you also have a hard life. Your monarch father treats you like a plaything. I don't even know why he gave birth to you. Speaking of this, my adoptive father, Humph. But my adoptive father was better than your father. He refined the dragon soul in you. What did he think you were? I have taken the flood dragon meat from you all these years. Although we are not close friends, I know this kind of thing. And I also feel unfair." Red Lady opened her mouth, and no one knew what she said. But Bai Yunxin didn't try to listen to it carefully. She was talking to Red Lady now, which looked like a sister in the secular world complaining and chatting. But she was not a woman in the secular world, but a demon who would slaughter the whole city if she was not happy. Now she said this to Red Lady just because she wanted to say it, but not mainly to feel for Red Lady and comfort her. There was a subtle but huge difference between them and the people in the secular world. Therefore, she didn't hear it clearly, and she didn't bother to listen. She just touched Red Lady's face and continued, "I said you are stupid. Alas, are you stupid or crazy? You can't forget Li Yunxin, but look at him just now. When he was about to leave, he didn't even look at you. Little fish. Do you think he knew that when he came back, he would only see a corpse?" After a long time, Red Lady opened her mouth again, making some meaningless syllables. But Bai Yunxin couldn't hear what she was saying. She sighed pitifully for a while, and then said, "Forget it. Li Yunxin doesn't care about you, let me try." After saying this, she was about to get up and help the fish spirit up. But she was stunned, because she realized that the Red Lady who was lying on her lap had already died at some point in time. There was no vitality, and her breath was cut off. Chapter 506. After a person died, their vitality would be cut off, leaving only a corpse. Soon, the corpse would rot and only bones would be left. After a few years, the bones would also turn into dust. What about after a demon died? There were many people who died in the hands of Bai Yunxin, and there were also many demons. She didn't have any feelings about life and death. Therefore, when she saw that Red Lady was dead, she was just stunned for a while. Then she sighed. This poor little fish. The reason why she said those words of pity to the red carp and sighed now was because of two things. First, when she was caught by Ku Chanzi, she didn't know whether her maid, Little Shell, was dead or alive. After all, they had been together for many years, so she had some feelings for her. Therefore, she couldn't help being a little sentimental. Second, she remembered that her adoptive father said that he would marry her to dragons. Compared to Red Lady's father, who roasted her on the true fire and refined the dragon's soul into her body, it could be said that they were in the same boat. But now that she was dead, there was nothing she could do. Bai Yunqin sighed, then stood up and didn't look at her anymore. She was thinking about where to go. She knew that this place was Little Cloud Mountain. She could also feel that the demon power in her body was all restricted. This meant that this place was extremely dangerous, and there might be a large number of stinky Taoists lying in ambush wherever she went. But that Li Yunqin seemed to be fearless. It was really a little strange. Therefore, she couldn't make up her mind. But the next moment, Bai Yunqin suddenly let out a soft ha. She turned around and looked at Red Lady. Red Lady's corpse was actually still there. She blinked and furrowed her brows. Previously, it was said that the demons in this world could also be called Yin gods. It was also said that there were 3 kinds of Yin gods. The first kind was like Bai Yunqin, who was born with cultivation. This was the Khanate demon. The second kind was like the Golden Rock King and Lord Dongting, who were born with the body of a beast, and then gained spiritual wisdom and Tao. This was the postnatal demon. The third kind was the ghost cultivator. When a person died, their soul cultivated the ghost Tao. They were ghost cultivators. When Khanate and post-celestial demons died, their souls cultivated the ghost Tao, which made them ghostly cultivators. Wanderer Bai and Red Madam were both of them. The wandering souls of the Freemasons were also very similar to ghost cultivators. However, they were refined using a different method, so they were not considered as humans, nor could they be considered as demons. Bai Yunqin had killed the innate demon, the postnatal demon, and the ghost cultivator Bai Yunqin. That was why he knew that the Khanate demons might not show their true bodies after they died. When a post-celestial demon dies, it will definitely reveal its true body. For example, the old fox demon Li Yunqin killed in Manwan Mountain. Once a ghost cultivator died, his body would dissipate. This was because ghosts only had souls to begin with, and the so-called physical body was also a form that was simulated by the soul. If he died a second time, the damage to his soul would be even more severe, and it would be impossible for him to cultivate again. Once the soul dissipated, the corpse would naturally dissipate as well. Therefore, among the 3 kinds of Yin spirits, ghost cultivators were the ones who couldn't die the most. The first 2 kinds had the possibility of cultivating again after death, but ghost cultivators were really dead when they died. Red Madam was naturally a ghost cultivator. She was also a Khanate demon before. After she was killed, her soul cultivated into this extremely obsessed salted fish spirit. Now she died because her soul was eroded by the dragon soul. Even if the soul dissipated, the body wouldn't dissipate. However, her body did not dissipate. Therefore, Bai Yunqin made a sound of surprise, and a rare look of hesitation appeared on her face. She couldn't decide whether she should check Red Madam's breath again, or, the next moment, her eyes suddenly turned pure black and widened. Like a cat that had suddenly seen a terrible beast, she took a step back as if she had been electrocuted, and clenched her teeth tightly, because she suddenly felt a terrible aura. The aura came from Red Madam's corpse. 2 breaths later, the carp spirit that was supposed to be dead opened its eyes again. She stared unblinkingly at the zenith for a long time. Then, she exhaled softly, turned over slowly, and stood up from the ground. Bai Yunqin looked at her cautiously, and lifted her feet gently. She had never had such a feeling. It was a wonderful unknown, and extremely dangerous feeling. The Red Madam she saw now was still the Red Madam from before. There was no change in her appearance. If there was a difference, it was that her complexion had become better. Her skin became delicate and glossy again, and there was no trace of haggard. But the Red Madam seemed to have become a stranger at this moment. The Red Madam of the outer fringe, who was the recultivated fish spirit, was gone. Her body seemed to have been replaced by something else. Bai Yunqi knew that there was something else in her body, the dragon soul. But that dragon soul was a remnant soul. What was the essence of a soul? In fact, it was somewhat similar to a human body. It was a body with organs and bones. In the human body, each had its own function, and could only function as a whole. If someone was missing an arm or a leg, the function of the body would be greatly affected. If half of the body was missing, the whole body would not be formed, and would not be able to function. The spirit was originally hidden in the internal organs, meridians, and apertures, and was inseparable from the human body. When the human body was destroyed, and the person died, the spirit would be separated from the human body. The incomplete spirit was called the soul. This soul was similar to the human body. If it was incomplete, it would be a remnant soul, and it would be confused and muddle-headed. Even if one became a ghost cultivator, the incomplete soul would never be able to be repaired, and it would become an obsession. If the soul was incomplete, the mind would become more chaotic. If the chaos reached a certain level, it would become a ball of resentment, spiritual power, and the like. Since there was no conscious restraint, this ball of resentment, spiritual power, and so on would slowly dissipate. Bai Yunqi knew that half of Red Madam's body was the dragon soul, and so did many others. But the reason why these people dared to capture Red Madam was because they knew that the dragon soul was half, and it was like half a remnant body, and it had no consciousness. The so-called half of the dragon soul was just half of the sealed divine power that should have belonged to Shinryu. But now, what Bai Yunqi saw in front of her seemed to be far beyond the common sense. What was in Red Madam's body at this moment? She stood on her tiptoes, and was ready to escape at any time. Then she saw Red Madam look at her. Her appearance did not change, but her temperament was completely different. In the past, she was a pitiful person who missed Li Yunqi all the time, but now she was calm and serious. It was as if everything in her body had been peeled off, and the golden jade-like inner substance was revealed. I didn't expect that in the end, you would accompany me and say those words to me. Red Madam's voice also did not change. After saying this, her face was full of melancholy. Then she sighed. Don't be afraid. Just because of what you said to me before, I won't harm you. Bai Yunqi slightly frowned. She noticed that Red Madam still called herself me. So she whispered, Who are you? Red Madam smiled. I am Red Madam. Red Madam is dead. Bai Yunqi looked at her. Her soul was eroded by the dragon soul. She is dead. Red Madam was silent for a while. She looked into the distance. She looked like a person who suddenly remembered something in the past, and felt a little confused. She let the past linger in her mind for a while, and then said softly, The former Red Madam is indeed dead. After saying this, 2 lines of tears flowed out of her eyes, like 2 streams of clear spring water, flowing to her cheeks and dripping down like pearls. She shed tears, but the look on her face and tone did not change at all. It was as if the body was sad, but the soul was calm. But I am still Red Madam. My father is the Lord Dongting of Dongting. I used to be a red carp, and then I became a ghost cultivator. Now I am still me, Red Madam. After saying this to herself, she was silent for a while, as if she was recalling the past. Her appearance shocked Bai Yunqi. Bai Yunqi was a monster in the real realm. She could be regarded as a powerful monster in this world. However, she had traveled the world for 1,000 years, and she had also met many monsters who were stronger and more dangerous than her. Now she was safe and sound because of her keen intuition. Therefore, looking at the current Red Madam, she only felt that under her calm appearance, there was a kind of evil spirit that made people feel cold. She was definitely not Red Madam, as she claimed. At least not completely. Thinking of this, the thought of retreating arose in his mind. Going anywhere, even if there were those stinky Taoist priests lying in ambush, it was still much more reassuring than staying by Red Madam's side. Therefore she took 2 steps back and whispered, In this case, you are safe and sound. Let's say goodbye. This is Mount Shaoyan, not a place to stay for a long time. I'm going to find a way out. After saying this, she withdrew. In just one breath, She flew 50 feet away. However, at this moment a huge and uncontrollable force came. Her body was like a flying feather, and in the next moment, she was pulled back, to the side of Red Madam. Although Bai Yunxin was panicking and tried to avoid it, she was not a gentle female monster after all. In this sudden change, the first thing she thought of was to make a move. She turned around and struck with her palms. No matter what the reason was, she would strike twice first. She was a monster in the real realm who was not seriously injured, and had a strong monster power. Although she did not have any magical power at this moment, when she used all her strength to strike with her palms, the power was still amazing. However, these two palms were caught with a snap. That Red Madam opened her slender hand, her thumb pressed against Bai Yunxin's left palm, and her pinky pressed against Bai Yunxin's right palm, and caught it. Not only did she catch it, but also made both of Crane Demon's arms numb, as if she had been electrocuted, and she almost could not lift them up. Only then did she realize, this seemed to be really Red Madam. There was no other reason. This method of hitting her with 2 fingers was a secular martial art called Shaoyang Finger. Red Madam used to be a monster who loved the prosperity of the mortal world, and so did Bai Yunxin. It was just that these two demonesses had their own ways of loving each other. Bai Yunxin loved to join in the fun, and liked to go to the city. But she was easy to be happy and easy to be angry. When she was happy, her appetite would increase, and people would die. When she was angry, people would die. So although she knew a lot of things in the secular world, she just knew. But this Red Madam really knew how to get along with people, and even learn some things. For example, the martial arts of the secular world. The martial arts of the secular world mostly taught the weak to defeat the strong, or taught the weak to become stronger. These things focused on details and techniques, and were of little value to the monsters and cultivators. As the saying goes, one strong man can defeat 10. The body of an emptiness realm cultivator was stronger than the most powerful top experts in the secular world. And there were many magical powers, so who would want to learn martial arts? But Red Madam liked the things in the secular world, and she learned a lot. For example, when she chatted with Bai Yunxin, she mentioned several ways to learn to play. Shaoyang Finger was one of them. Now she used the martial arts of the secular world to easily take 2 palms from the monster crane. Bai Yunxin was shocked and took 2 steps back. She stared at Red Madam. You. Red Madam looked at her calmly. For so many years, when you went to Dongting to get the flood dragon meat, I was the one who helped you. Although we didn't have a deep relationship, it was rare for a monster like us to get along with each other for many years without killing or swallowing each other. So we can be regarded as sisters, right? Since we are sisters, you said that you took me away from Dongting because you were afraid that I would be in danger. Now, I don't want you to go. How could Mount Shaoyan not be a dangerous place? Sister Bai, come with me to find my Li Lang Yunxin. After saying this, she turned around and left. She was going to the direction where Li Yunxin and Su Sheng went. In fact, looking over there at this time, she could still see the smoke rising in the hall occasionally. Li Yunxin seemed to be fighting with Su Sheng to his heart's content. And the word "to his heart's content" seemed to be suitable for Li Yunxin now. Although he didn't have any supernatural power now, and could only rely on his physical strength. However, compared with many times before, this time, his opponent was indeed on par with him. In the past, he always faced strong enemies, and had to win by tricks. But now, he could fight with all his strength, and didn't need to worry about other factors. Therefore, the more he fought, the braver he became. This was the first time he experienced the joy of fighting. Red Madam went straight to Li Yunxin. Bai Yunxin was stunned for a while. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and slowly followed her. What else could she do? Now she realized that just now, Red Madam used supernatural power. She jumped 5 or 6 feet away, but Red Madam used supernatural power to pull her back. In this place, Red Madam still had supernatural power. She couldn't see this little fish at all. Moreover, she used to walk in front like this, and Red Madam followed her obediently. Now the situation was reversed, and their identities were also changed. She didn't know if Red Madam did this on purpose, But whether it was intentional or not, the dreadful aura coming from Red Madam's body still made her feel like this. In fact, she also wanted to see why Red Madam went to find Li Yunxin. Don't tell me, he's going to find that heartless fellow for revenge. Chapter 507. At this time, Li Yunxin had already arrived in front of the Qian Hall. Compared to the many palaces on the floating mountain that he had destroyed, the layout of the Qian Hall was a bit smaller, and it wasn't as tall and magnificent as the other palaces. This was because the Qian and Kuan halls were the first buildings to appear on the floating mountain, and they had a history of 50,000 years. Even though the bricks and tiles used to build this hall weren't ordinary, they still couldn't resist the corrosion of time. But this made this hall seem more real, very much like those buildings in the secular world. Unlike the palaces in other places, which were all dazzling and shiny, and didn't look like real buildings. But even though he had arrived, the door couldn't be opened. The door was a pair of wooden lattice doors, very ordinary. But now, Li Yunxin had already struck the door several times, but it still didn't budge, as if it was cast from copper and iron. He wasn't the only one here. Su Sheng was here. Su Sheng was leaning on the stone drum on the steps in front of the door, with a broken leg and an arm, and looked at Li Yunxin in a daze. After he struck for the 13th time, he said, "You're wasting your energy." After saying this, he sighed again, and his previous solemnity disappeared, as if he felt helpless towards Li Yunxin, but there really wasn't anything he could do. Probably only this kind of tribulation body would behave like this. If it wasn't for this tribulation body, if it wasn't at this time, and if they didn't have any previous friendship, perhaps they would have already fought to the death. If the restrictions on the Qian Hall were in the past, before the Fire Cloud sect's divine power was sealed off by the Fire Cloud sect, if you were to mess around like this, you would have already been devoured and destroyed. Now, although the power on it is only 1,000th, or even a 10,000th of before, it's still not something you can open like this. Instead of wasting your energy here, why don't you listen to me? At this point he coughed twice, and actually coughed up blood. Listen to me, go get some medicinal pills. Replenish your demon power, save your demon general, then leave the mountain and hide from the world. Why waste time for these things, for the anger in your heart? Li Yunxin turned his head and stared at him. In fact, Li Yunxin was also sitting in front of the door. Su Sheng had lost a leg and an arm, while Li Yunxin's legs were broken, but his arms were still intact. People like the two of them didn't care about ordinary minor injuries. In more serious cases, if one lost an arm or a leg, it would be easy to recover with enough demonic energy and spiritual energy. But now, he looked as miserable as a mortal, which meant that the demonic power and spiritual power in his body had been exhausted to the extreme, so the process of recovery had become very slow. As a result, Li Yunxin's face was covered in scars. However, this scar did not seem to affect his handsomeness. Instead, it added a trace of wildness to him, giving him a strange charm. He fiercely glared at Su Sheng for a while before gritting his teeth and saying, "You make it sound so easy." Then, he used his arms to support his body against the door, took a few deep breaths and said, "Fine. Since it's like this, let me ask you, what was the original plan of you and Lu Ling?" It looked like he was really discouraged, so he gave up and wanted to ask for some inside information. Su Sheng was slightly stunned, then shook his head. "I can't tell you this kind of thing right now." Li Yunxin sneered. "What are you thinking about? Do you think I want to know? I'm not interested at all. The reason why I'm asking you is to give you a few words of advice, so that you can see the reality. You said that I'm wasting time here, but I think you're wasting time here. Do you believe that no matter what plan the two of you originally had, or what you plan to do now, there's a high chance that everything will go to waste? When that time comes, not only you won't be able to retrieve this small cloud mountain, even those two wandering souls won't be able to retrieve this small cloud mountain. At that time, will you regret that you didn't ask me to take the treasure away now?" Su Sheng was stunned at first, then he smiled. "At this time, these tricks are useless." Li Yunxin didn't refute, just staring at him. After staring for a long time, he suddenly said, "Do you know the ancient devil and the true devil?" Su Sheng still kept that kind of smile. "I don't know." This kind of smile was the smile of seeing through someone's little trick. This kind of smile was even a little sarcastic. Perhaps this slight sarcasm was not what the owner of the smile wanted to show, but now it was just to consume Li Yunqin's patience, so that he would give up this kind of deliberately mystifying trick earlier. But Li Yunqin was not annoyed at all. He first looked up at the sky. According to the sky, he had been in the small cloud mountain for more than 2 hours. There were about 4 hours left for him, so he looked at Su Sheng again, saying to himself, "When I was in Dongting, I went to the pitfall mountain of the evil king. There I saw a big hole at the foot of the mountain. In the hole, there was a skeleton sealed. It was a human very big. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was very big. No matter if I or any other big monster showed their true form, they would all be so big. The problem was, it was a human." Li Yunqin paused. "Have you ever seen such a big person?" Su Sheng was still smiling. "Oh, no, I haven't." It was like, he just wanted to see what other tricks Li Yunqin could come up with. He didn't care, and Li Yunqin didn't care about his attitude either. He only continued. One of the 8 treasures ancient scrolls was also there, in the hands of the evil king, to suppress the skeleton. But then the evil king died, so I took the scroll away. Su Sheng was a little moved when he mentioned one of the 8 treasures ancient scrolls. He knew that the fog sends slaves to Kaidamo was indeed in the hands of Li Yunqin. He even used it when he fought with Jin Guangzi. But that's not the point. Li Yunqin raised his hand and knocked on the door. The point is, after the evil king died, his remnant soul. The evil king was a big monster in the mysterious realm. You should know that it's very difficult to destroy his remnant soul. But when his remnant soul ran to the skeleton, it couldn't resist, and was swallowed by the skeleton. I was scared silly, so I turned around and ran away. That's also because what happened there had nothing to do with me. If something happened, there would always be the mysterious gate, or those big monsters to support it. Even if the sky collapsed, it wouldn't be able to crush me. But guess what? Li Yunqin looked at Su Sheng quietly. A few days ago, when I was in Hatred's lair in Manwan Mountain, I also saw a similar skeleton. I thought for a while, and it should be the second one. After I was scared away by that thing in the Pitfall Mountain, I drew the 8 princes' ghost subduing painting on the top of the mountain. I didn't ask for it to subdue that thing, but I wanted to know in advance if that thing really moved. I guess it's an idle move. Su Sheng finally stopped laughing when he heard this calmly, but there was still hesitation in his expression, as if he was considering whether Li Yunqin's unbelievable words were half true and half false, or if they were all true. But Li Yunqin still didn't care about his attitude, and only calmly and concisely stated a fact. For smart people, too much explanation would weaken the truth of the matter. Only an objective statement was the most convincing. So I think the one in the Guan Yuan cave, where Hatred was in, was the second one. Maybe it's their secret weapon, the trump card of this war. Li Yunqin said softly. But actually there should be 2. Because after I escaped from the Guan Yuan cave, I sensed that the 8 kings' ghost subduing painting formation I set on the top of the Pitfall Mountain was destroyed. This means that the one in the Pitfall Mountain has left. Su Sheng blinked and frowned slightly. Li Yunqin said again, "Oh, there's one more thing. Previously, the wild forest was set on fire, and many creatures died in it. I collected the remnant souls, but actually, I only collected a small part of them. Any more than that, and it would be beyond my ability. But these days, so what?" He smiled. "There's nothing special around here. I thought that since I didn't collect the rest of the souls in the wild forest, they must have gone out and wandered everywhere. But after I left the wild forest, I almost didn't see any souls. I'm not saying that it must be. I'm just guessing." Li Yunqin spread out his hands. "Are the disappeared souls related to the skeleton? Because looking at the appearance of the skeleton in the Pitfall Mountain, it seems that it will become stronger after swallowing souls." At this point, Su Sheng finally said, Are you telling the truth? Ancient devil? I've never heard of." Now he was finally willing to verify the truth of the matter. But Li Yunxin was not in a hurry. He interrupted him. I'm not finished yet. Let's talk about what the two wandering souls said to me a few days ago. At that time, Su Yusong told me that the reason why I can use divine sense here is because of the demon seed in my body. He also told me that you guys caught many animals in Tongtian Swamp and experimented on them, and created a golden rock king, right? Li Yunxin shook his head. When I heard the term demon seed, I felt it was familiar. It seemed to be not the first time I heard it. Then I thought for a while, and remembered where I heard it before. In the Pitfall Mountain, before the evil king was swallowed by the skeleton, he told me that it was a demon seed born in the primitive world, an expert that existed before the chaos was divided. Even the celestial beings in heaven were afraid of this demon seed, so they scattered it and suppressed it between heaven and earth. Behind him was one of the remains of the ancient devil. At that time, I knew that it was just a remnant soul, muddle-headed and crazy, talking nonsense, so I didn't take it to heart. Li Yunxin paused, as if thinking for a while, then said, At that time, he said it was scattered. Then I saw another one in the Guanyuan crypt, which seemed to confirm his words. There is more than one. He said the word demon seed again. At that time, I only felt strange about one thing. That is, if this thing is really so scary, why is it not the people of the celestial sect guarding it, but the demons? But I also thought that maybe only one or a few were guarded by the demons. Most of them were guarded by the celestial sect. But when I asked you just now, you said you don't know. Then, even the master of calligrapher doesn't know. One was guarded by the evil king, and the other appeared in the Guanyuan crypt. From this, I guess only the demons, a very small number of demons, know about this. Ancient devil demon seed. Su Yusong also mentioned that the demon seed first appeared in the bodies of the demons. Li Yunxin looked at Su Sheng. After hearing what I said, do you still think that I am deliberately mystifying things? At this time, the expression on Su Sheng's face was completely serious. He looked at Li Yunxin seriously. What you said is true. You have to know, if what you said is true. No matter what I said about Lu Ling, no matter whether I allowed you to take those magic treasures or not. These are all minor details. The skeleton you mentioned is the biggest disaster. Is what you said true? Li Yunxin smiled. That's why I had a better impression of you when I first met you. Because you are not a bigot. You don't think that you are very smart, and others' words are nonsense. Well then, since you are now asking me whether it is true or not, you must have a plan in your heart. After saying this, he stopped smiling and looked at Su Sheng. It is true. You think it is a big disaster. And I also think it is a big disaster. Zither Lady and Hatred's plan is probably to throw a large number of demon soldiers and generals into the battlefield to put pressure on the celestial sect. When the two sides are entangled, they will take out this. Let's call it the ancient devil's doppelganger. Then, both the demons and cultivators will die, and they will get the remnant souls and resentment. But I think those guys are courting death. They don't know what they are doing at all. So, after I came out of Manwan Mountain, I made up my mind not to join the demons, the celestial sect, and the Freemasonry, which are bound to lose. Because of this, I dared to boldly come to Cloud Mountain to raid their homes. Not many people can come back. After saying all this in one breath, Li Yunxin looked at Su Sheng meaningfully. So I want to take the magic treasures. I said that I want to take the magic treasures to vent my anger. Or rather, on one hand, it is to vent my anger, and on the other hand, to preserve these things so that they will not be destroyed. Do you believe or not accept these two reasons? At this time, Su Sheng was a little stunned. He stared at Li Yunxin's face for a while, then frowned. You think that you can realize how dangerous that thing is, but Zither Lady and Hatred don't? Is it possible that they can actually control that thing? Or that the Celestials are afraid of it? Is the evil king just exaggerating? Li Yunxin held the door and slowly stood up. After all, he was a demon, so he recovered a little faster than Su Sheng. Now, although his legs were still a little stiff, he could already support his body. I understand, he chuckled. When people hear something they don't want to accept, they will instinctively grab at a life-saving straw. But for this matter, you have nothing to grab. The reason why I am very afraid of that thing, think that Zither lady and the others are playing with fire, think that thing will definitely kill all the demons and cultivators, is because, he paused and looked at Su Sheng. This is the first time I have heard the words ancient devil and true devil, not from the evil king, but from Bai Yanjun. Su Sheng frowned. He tilted his head and looked at Li Yunxin for a while, as if to make sure he didn't hear wrong. Yama King? Well, Li Yunxin smiled reservedly. We are good friends. Chapter 508. Su Sheng continued to frown and looked at him suspiciously. In fact, he wasn't sure if the Bai Yanjun mentioned by Li Yunxin was some kind of description, rhetoric, or something else. He couldn't really be referring to the two main gods in the Sunluo temple, could he? Even the saints, the most powerful beings in the world, had a hard time meeting the king of hell. The saints of the Xianmen held the power of the world, while the black Bai Yanjun held the life and death of the world. But at this moment, he couldn't think of any other explanation. Since that was the case, he asked again in a solemn tone, Li Yunxin, you're telling me now, you heard the words true devil and ancient devil from the mouth of the king of hell. King of hell. The king of hell in the Sunluo underworld, the one in charge of life and death. Bai Yanjun? Li Yunxin smiled lightly and coughed lightly. Yes. That king of hell, but I usually call him Brother Bai. Speaking of this, he slowly walked to the front of Su Sheng and looked at him seriously. Otherwise, why do you think I fight with you? The Freemasonry, Mu Nanju, and the Xianmen. Where did I get so much information that I could always gain the upper hand? After saying these words, he snorted and shook his head. What I've always wondered is that no one found it strange. When I was in the city of Wei, I used millions of ghosts to form a formation. I dared to use millions of ghosts. Previously in the wilderness forest, I dared to use nearly half of the dead souls. Nearly half of the dead souls. You're a saint. You should know this best. There are some things in this world that shouldn't be touched. At this point, whether it was true or not, Su Sheng could only listen. Then he frowned. On this point, what Li Yunxin said was the truth. Things like souls shouldn't be touched. Of course, this shouldn't be touched was similar to the first commandment of the Xianmen. Don't kill mortals unjustly. No one would care if you did something small. But if you did something big, it wouldn't work. Because of this, neither cultivators nor demons dared to wantonly refine souls. Because it was supposed to belong to Black Bai Yanjun. The exact existence of the two Yama kings was both a proof and a deterrent. The two of them proved that there was indeed a powerful existence that stood above humans, the celestial being. It also served as a deterrent to the demons and cultivators in the mortal world. It made them realize that even if they thought of themselves as powerful and omnipotent, matters of life and death were still beyond their control. And now, the person Li Yunxin mentioned was one of these two, Bai Yanjun. Su Sheng said in a low voice. Are you saying that the millions of ghosts in the city of Wei were approved by the king of hell? Li Yunxin smiled. What else? Su Sheng was silent for a while. Most people would think that you are a newborn calf who is not afraid of the tiger. So you don't care about this taboo at all. Once Yama Jun blames you in the future, you will be consigned to eternal damnation without needing anyone to do anything. Li Yunxin snorted. You're thinking too much. He pointed to the ground. The reason why I dare to do this is because I have someone down there. I'm not talking nonsense to you about Bai Yanjun today to scare you. He paused and his tone became sincere. You're a sage. You're knowledgeable. If I were to deal with ordinary people, I could come up with a frightening reason to scare them. But against you it's not going to work. So now you should believe that what I'm saying is the truth. When he said these words, his legs were trembling slightly. In fact, they had been trembling slightly just now. Perhaps his legs had just recovered, so they were not able to withstand much force. He was trembling because his body was a little weak. It seemed that because of this, the soles of Li Yunxin's boots were also trembling gently. They kept rubbing against the ground, making a soft but rhythmic sound. He looked at Su Sheng and continued. When Bai Yanjun told me this, the original words were, you only know that there are celestial beings in this world. You think that celestial beings are superior, and enjoy immortal happiness forever. You also think that the world is prosperous and orderly. But have you ever thought that celestial beings also have troubles? There are two kinds of troubles for celestial beings. One is an ancient devil, and the other is a true devil. When he said these words, he imitated the tone perfectly. Su Sheng and Li Yunxin had been together for a long time. As soon as he heard it, he knew that this was not Li Yunxin's tone. He originally thought that Li Yunxin was deliberately mystifying things. But now, after hearing a lot of news that seemed to be true, he was already a little hesitant in his heart. But at this moment, when he heard this kind of tone, the hesitance swayed to the side of conviction. Then he heard Li Yunxin throw out another bomb. Then you must not have guessed what Bai Yanjun wants me to do. Li Yunxin slowly bent down in front of Su Sheng, squatted down, and looked straight into his eyes. He told me to bring chaos to the world. He told me that it's best to let the strongest forces in the world fight each other, and that most of them die. He also told me that it was true that he used to shepherd people. But of course, he also had a purpose in doing so, and it was to prepare for something else. But now this something else is coming. After so many years, it's time to harvest. Demons, cultivators, and the best of the living beings on earth are the first batch of fruits to be harvested. As for the rest, perhaps they will also be harvested at some point. His gaze was serious, and his tone was very low. He carefully observed the changes in Su Sheng's expression, and Su Sheng's expression was indeed not disguised at all. It was really hard for him to conceal it. For example, in Li Yunxin's previous world, if you ran to a person who did not care about worldly affairs and only knew how to live a free and unfettered life, and said that there was an earthquake in the stock market, that person would not feel anything at all, and could only reply with an "oh." If you said it to someone who had been immersed in this for a long time, and was involved in it, perhaps there was no need to say it. Instead, he would first pull you along, and endlessly complain about his sufferings. The general trend of the world might not be clear to others, and they did not care. But Su Sheng should be one of those who knew and cared the most. Now, the words that came out of Li Yunxin's mouth sounded simply alarmist to others. But in Su Sheng's ears, it had a different meaning. After so many years, how could no one have ever had such a question? Why did the Celestials ask the Celestials to shepherd people? Celestials had some similarities with humans. For example, they could also get angry. They would get angry because cultivators did something wrong, and even get angry because cultivators were disrespectful to them. This meant that Celestials also had desires. Since they had desires, it was difficult for the purpose of doing things to be simple. Now that Li Yunxin said such words as raising people for use, it was the words that had been buried deep in the hearts of many cultivators of the Celestial sect, which they did not dare to touch, and were unwilling to touch. The expression on Su Sheng's face was full of one word: disbelief. But it was precisely such an expression that meant that he believed everything that Li Yunxin said. So the reincarnation of the master of calligrapher's lips trembled slightly, and for the first time, he lost his composure. These things you said, they are all true. Li Yunxin looked at him meaningfully. Otherwise, why would I muddle the water? For myself, and also for the words of the Yama King. Because of this, I have to take away all the treasures on the Cloud Mountain. Li Yunxin is already dead. But Li Yunxin's name was left on the floating mountain, and it was empty. So, Li Yunxin had something to do with dragons and demons when he was alive. It was also related to Mu Nanju. It was also related to the Celestial sect and the sage. Because of these relationships, if the Freemasonry wanted to find the treasures and take revenge, they would all be implicated. So, I also did the things that the Yama King asked me to do better. At this point, Su Sheng found it hard to say anything else. He was the reincarnation of the sage. He was born to experience the word love. He was one of the rare existences in the world with extremely high cultivation, but his state of mind was similar to that of ordinary people. Now, he met a master like Li Yunxin, who played with people's hearts. How could his state of mind be calm? At this moment, Li Yunxin sighed again. But other than that, the Yama King also told me something else. It's related to you. Su Sheng was stunned, and then he frowned. Me? He mentioned me? He mentioned 3 points. Li Yunxin stretched out 3 fingers. Ring finger, middle finger and index finger. The first point. He put down his ring finger. Everything I said is true. Su Sheng was stunned. He blinked quickly and opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But Li Yunxin quickly put down his middle finger and stared at him. The second point. You believe what I said and fear Bai Yanjun. Therefore, you will cooperate with me to take out the magic treasure. Su Sheng's lips trembled slightly, and his eyes blinked even more. Li Yunxin allowed him to do this for a while, then shook his index finger slightly in front of him. The third point. You heard me say forget it. She would forget everything she had just heard. If you remember later and want to say it to others, you will break your own neck. After saying these words, he stood up and let out a long breath. Open the door. Su Sheng sat on the ground, his eyes twitching and blinking very quickly. After a full 10 breaths of time, it was as if something in his mind suddenly issued an order, stop. Then he stood up, glanced at Li Yunxin and slowly, but without hesitation, walked to the door of the hall. He chanted some syllables, said some true name talismans, and hand-holding incantations to guide some extremely complicated flow of energy. He calmly did all this, and then said in a low voice, open. The door of Qian Hall was finally opened. It's all inside. Su Sheng said slowly to Li Yunxin, looking a little slow. Qian Hall stores the treasures left behind by the past saints. They account for 90% of the magic treasures in Cloud Mountain. There is a silver soul tail ring inside. You can use it with your current cultivation. Put all these treasures in it. But there are a few treasures with special energy. You can't put them in your little finger. You can either leave it here or take it with you. Either way is fine. Su Sheng took care of everything, big or small, without the slightest reluctance. He was like the most loyal old servant. Chapter 509. In fact, Su Sheng's current state was a little special. He was hypnotized by Li Yunxin. However, hypnosis seemed magical, but the principle behind it might not be so magical. At the end of the day, it was just a matter of avoiding and pushing. Through various means, it narrowed and limited the surface consciousness of the person. It made the person's attention highly concentrated and concentrated in a narrow area. So it was easier to avoid the person's surface consciousness and sneak into the person's subconscious. This time, and many times before, Li Yunxin used sound, light, shadow, and movement to attract attention. This was what he wanted. However, when it came to the subconscious, it was just the word pushing. You couldn't make the person do what he resisted. All you could do was guide the thing that existed in the person's subconscious and push him. Maybe the person already had this kind of thought, and he himself knew it. Or maybe he already had it but he didn't know it. It was hard to say whether Su Sheng's situation belonged to the former or the latter. He firmly opposed Li Yunxin taking away the treasures of Yunshan, and Li Yunxin entangled with him for a long time, and finally figured out that Su Sheng's resistance was essentially because he cherished the world. He believed that Xianmen would recover one day, so he wanted to leave these treasures in Yunshan for future use. I won't allow Li Yunxin to take them away, was the appearance of this belief, but not the essence. So he had to break through this layer of thought. So he said by Yanjun. He knew that the former sage must have thought about, why did the Celestials shepherd thousands of people? Since he had thought about it, it was a good entry point. From this point, he could make him realize that his hidden worry was real. The Celestials did have other purposes for shepherding thousands of people, and what he said was the truth. Since the great tribulation of Yunshan was inevitable, then it was not safe to leave these treasures here. As long as this seed was planted in his heart, with such a seed, he could make his mind waver, and then he could push him a little bit, making him completely lean towards one side. So thus, Su Sheng opened the door to the treasury. However, it was precisely because of this that Su Sheng was able to see many things and remember some things. However, because he was in such a peculiar state, he might not be able to realize some other things. For example, there were restrictions in the Qingquan Palace, but there were originally 2 layers. One was outside, the other inside. Su Sheng's incantation had broken the outer layer of the restriction, so he should have broken the inner restriction as well. However, the two wandering souls had operated in Little Cloud Mountain for 1,000 years. How could they not have their own tricks up their sleeves? Li Yunxin did not know the inside story, but Su Sheng should know. However, he clearly knew that there was such a thing, but he just couldn't remember which one it was. He slowly explained the situation in the treasury to Li Yunxin, then frowned. After pondering for a while, he still could not remember. In the end he gave up. He only stood on the steps in front of the door, his hands hanging by his sides as he said to Li Yunxin, "Quickly take him away. A long night is fraught with dreams." Li Yunxin looked inside the door. The appearance of the Qingquan Palace was very similar to that of the Dome Hall. However, one side of the Dome Hall was filled with human skin cabinets, while this Qingquan Palace had 3 sides. This layout was slightly out of his expectation. He thought it should be more mystical. Who knew that it looked like a medicine shop? So he took a step inside. Then he was stunned and took another step. He was still in the same place. This was the art of space, one of the most common and widely used Taoist spells and supernatural powers. For example, the road to Little Cloud Mountain. There was no end to it no matter what. For example, when Su Sheng had set up a restriction to trap him, he could not get out no matter what. Compared to a real obstacle, this kind of thing made people unable to break it by force. And it was more brilliant. The two wandering souls added such a layer of restriction in the palace. Before Li Yunxin stepped in, he had already heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed his heart. He had spent so much effort to enter Cloud Mountain, to settle the reincarnation of the Master of Calligrapher, none of which was easy. But now, just as he was about to reach the last step, he bumped into this thing. He sprang to his feet almost at once like an angry cat. He turned to look at Su Sheng, and the murderous look on his face was so thick that it was frightening. "Are you kidding me?" Anyone who was one step away from getting what he wanted would not be able to remain calm. However, at this moment, Su Sheng only raised his eyes to look inside the palace, not caring about Li Yunxin's rage at all. Then, he walked past Li Yunxin unhurriedly, and took a step into the palace like him. Then he took another step, and another step. After walking for a dozen steps, he calmly retreated. He coughed lightly and said to Li Yunxin, "Ah, this thing. It seems that the two wandering souls have set up a new restriction in the palace. Just now I was..." He thought for a moment, careless. "Well, if that's the case..." Li Yunxin stared at him. "Huh. I don't have any other way," Su Sheng said slowly, and there was even a hint of a smile on his face, as if he was just chatting. But in fact, it was more like he was calm, because his mind was slow. "You must know this kind of technique. It's like the iron lock in the secular world. With the key and the spell, it's easy to unlock it. If not, even if you tear down the palace, you won't be able to touch it." Hearing this, Li Yunxin was about to lose his temper, but Su Sheng said again, "But there's another way." Li Yunxin hated his speed and tone. He gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. "Say it." "It's to break it with force." Su Sheng sighed. "If there's a cultivator who has surpassed the peak of the profound realm, he can also break it. But now you and I can't." Li Yunxin didn't want to listen to him anymore, so he turned around and left. Previously, he was very persistent about the magic treasures on Cloud Mountain, because he thought there was a way. But now the last bit of hope in his plan was gone. Therefore, the more persistent he was before, the more decisive he was now. He never wasted his time on meaningless things. Now the treasures in the floating mountains' palaces were already meaningless to him. He walked 5 steps and saw Bai Yunxin and Red Lady. The 2 demonesses came from the west, one red and one white, walking gracefully. It was actually a beautiful scene. However, Li Yunxin didn't have the mood to enjoy it. His perfect plan was thwarted, so he wasn't in a good mood. If he took away all the treasures and pills, not only would he make the 2 dead souls frightened and angry, but he could also make the world more chaotic, so that he could hide even more. But now he was only halfway done, so he felt very awkward. Therefore, he only looked at Bai Yunxin from afar, and his eyes stopped on Red Lady for a while. Then he continued walking. The huge square in front of the Qian Hall was illuminated by the sunlight. He was at one end of the square, and the two demonesses were about to step into the square. The ground was slightly hot, and there were occasional breezes and birdsong. If he didn't consider the situation outside and the resentment in his heart, this scene looked very leisurely. Li Yunxin walked another dozen or so steps, slowly dispelling some of the anger and resentment in her heart. Only then did she let out a low sigh and turn to look at Bai Yunxin in the distance, saying loudly, "There's nothing else to do. Do you want to go by yourself, or do you want me to bring you? If you want to go with me, you have to bring her." As he spoke to this point, he saw Red Lady stop her footsteps. Then Bai Yunxin stopped. So he was stunned. Even when his heart was full of unhappiness, Li Yunxin was still very observant. Who stopped first, and who stopped last, actually indicated a very subtle relationship. Because of this detail, he frowned and looked at Red Lady for the second time. The three of them were far apart. If they were mortals, they would only be able to hear vaguely if they shouted. But demons had extraordinary hearing and eyesight, so they could still see many details. For example, previously, he thought that Bai Yunxin had used some method to stimulate Red Lady's vitality, so that she could move freely for the time being. He wanted to go to the Art Saint again. He wanted to see if there were any immortal flowers, immortal herbs, and immortal fruits that he hadn't destroyed. If he took them temporarily, they might be able to prolong the life of this fish demon. He looked like a human but not a human, like a demon but not a demon, but he still had some emotions that were common sense. Little Fish Demon had helped him in the past, but never harmed him. Now that she was about to die, he had to do something. But at the second glance he saw something unusual. Red Lady still had the appearance of Red Lady, but her temperament had changed. Temperament was an abstract thing, mostly produced by people's subjective consciousness. But some characteristics of the person being observed could also reveal some information. For example, Li Yunxin found that this fish demon was looking at him seriously. It was as if she was seeing him for the first time, and wanted to see what kind of person he was. Or maybe she had been familiar with him before, and wanted to examine him again. Her face was calm and her limbs were stretched. This meant that her heart was also very calm and confident. What the hell was going on? Li Yunxin turned to look at Bai Yunxin. The look on Bai Yunxin's face was very typical. "I have a lot to say, but I don't know how to say it. So Li Yunxin stopped suspiciously and turned around. "You." But Red Lady spoke first. "Didn't you want to take the magic weapon? Why did you leave now?" Her tone was still calm and steady. It seemed that she was talking about family matters. Li Yunxin hadn't heard this tone for a long time. In the past, when he talked to her in the wooden pavilion next to the Sanhika Dragon King Temple, she used such a tone. At that time, she was dressed in red, sitting on the railing in the pavilion with her feet hanging down into the dongting. Her voice was clear and cheerful, and there was a faint smile on her face, just like a beautiful girl in the secular world. But since then she seemed to be unhappy. Li Yunxin was shocked by her words. Something abnormal was a demon. This Red Lady was very demon now. But before he could say a second sentence, Red Lady had already turned her head and looked at Su Sheng again. "Then let me ask you, what happened?" Su Sheng blinked his eyes. Then a slow and soothing smile appeared on his face. There is an inhibition in this temple. I think you can give it a try." The only holy power of the sage's reincarnation was borrow holy power. This made him more sensitive to qi and wakan than ordinary people. Although his consciousness was sluggish now, it was precisely because he had blocked out a lot of complicated information that his senses were even sharper. He could feel that Red Lady was very strong at the moment. She was the strongest among the four people. Chapter 510. However, his mind is dull now. He just knows that she is the strongest. Maybe he feels something is wrong, but if he thinks about it carefully, his attention will wander and jump to other problems. For example, this Red Madam should be able to break the restrictions. Li Yunxin frowns when he hears what she says. He doesn't care about Red Lady's question at all. But now this one. He takes a deep breath and looks at Bai Yunxin. What's the matter? Bai Yunxin is about to speak, but Red Lady turns to look at Li Yunxin. Why don't you ask me? Li Yunxin squints his eyes and is silent for a while. Because I'm afraid I'm not asking you. Red Madam laughed, but her laughter was very strange. In Li Yunxin's eyes, many emotions can be expressed, but happiness is not one of them. I'm here to help you. She slowly withdrew her smile, leaving only a faint trace of it. Let me think about it. My monarch father brought you into Red Flower City. You must have seen him refine me on the fire. Li Yunxin looked at her and said without batting an eyelid. I saw him burn Red Madam on the fire. But she doesn't care what he means. She just blinks. Many people always say that my father treats me harshly. She was not so much a daughter as a servant to be ordered about. I had thought so many times before. But that day in Dongting, he said something else to me, before he took you into the Red Flower City. Do you want to hear it? Li Yunxin is expressionless. No. Red Lady tilts her head. Then I want to hear it. I used to be too dependent on you. Hearing her words, Su Xing seems to think of something and laughs. But his laugh is slow, which makes him look like a retard. Ha 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 ha. Li Yunxin glares at him. He was considering whether he should immediately say forget to him, then ignore these people, and immediately leave Little Cloud Mountain. However, Red Lady's next sentence made him dispel this idea. My monarch father told me that the reason he gave birth to me was for this day. As she spoke, she slowly walked towards the entrance of Qian Hall. Because of this sentence, Li Yunxin stopped in his tracks. What? The reason why he was so sensitive was because Red Lady mentioned Lord Dongting. When he was in the city of Wei, his schemes were always successful. However, in the end he was tricked by that old fish, Lord Dongting, and was trapped in the lake. From this he knew that not all the demons were idiots. There were also many who were scheming. Later on, when he heard that Lord Dongting had suddenly died in the Ruoshui River, killed by Shinryu, he sighed in his heart. But after sighing, he felt more relaxed. The death of a shrewd old you could be considered as getting rid of a big problem for him. Even if Lord Dongting's attitude towards him was not hostile, but no one wants to be tricked by others. But now, after hearing Red Lady's words, his heart immediately became alarmed, and he thought of another matter. Lord Dongting previously confessed in Red Flower City that the reason why he became intelligent was because he saw the figure of Sword Sage, who was a female cultivator 3,000 years ago, by the side of the water. Because of this he finally realized the Tao. But later, he brought the dead body of Lu Ling back to Dongting to take her as a concubine. The style of doing that is not what Lord Dongting should do at all. Before, Li Yunxin also had doubts, but he did not take it to heart. He only felt that demons were scheming, but sometimes they would do things that ordinary people could not understand. However, today on Little Cloud Mountain, Su Xing told him another secret, which made him remember this matter again. That Lu Ling was the reincarnation of Sword Sage. At that time, Lord Dongting inexplicably took away Lu Ling's body. Did he know about this at that time? Li Yunxin always felt that this should be impossible. Lord Dongting should not be so well informed. The reason why he took away Lu Ling was just because he felt that Lu Ling looked familiar. But now, Red Lady had said such a thing, his frown deepened, and he gave up on the idea of leaving. What do you mean by that? Red Lady looked at him sideways and smiled. That day, my father told me that the reason why I was born more than 300 years ago was actually for the dragon soul. He, after all, wanted to refine the dragon soul into my body. After saying this, she blinked. You Chiwen, didn't you also use a similar method to give birth to me? Combining the dragon soul with the demon soul gave birth to a dragon son. My father had seen Shinryu do it, and now he also wants to try it. Li Yunxin was stunned. For a moment he did not know what to say. Because Lord Dongting's courage, was he really so bold? Dragon soul, this thing should be a taboo thing for Shinryu, right? Shinryu appointed 9 sons, and the 9 sons lived in peace for 1,000 years, 2,000 years. They did not dare to openly devour each other, because they were afraid of Shinryu. But Lord Dongting actually dared to directly have the idea of the dragon soul. How dare he? Li Yunqing frowned. Why? Red Lady raised her eyebrows. Don't you understand my father? He is a lover. At this time, she had already walked to the front of Qian Hall and stood on the steps. The tone and wording of her speech were very different from the previous Red Lady. The word lover seemed to have a sense of ridicule. The first time you met my father on Mount June, you told him that Long Jio was dead. Do you still remember the clouds around him? You should know. That was him crying for Long Jio. You should also know, other than my father, the rest of the demon fathers of Dragon Sun are all gone. My father once told me that it was because Shinryu killed them all. The reason why they were killed was because they were afraid that those big demons would collude with Dragon Sun and become a force that was not under his control. However, the reason why my father is still alive is because, she paused. Those demons, almost all of them are not willing to give up their vitality. And my father, because he loves Shinryu, he is willing to do this thing that will greatly damage his cultivation. Therefore, since he has feelings for Shinryu, he also has feelings for Long Jio. A demon who understands affection like my monarch father is really rare in this world. The thoughts in Li Yunqing's mind are turning fast. He frowned again. But when your father was in Red Flower City, he told me that he used to love. He glanced at Su Sheng, the Sage of Sword. Red Lady smiled and shook her head. Think about it. When did he say it? He fell in love with the Sage of Sword 3,000 years ago. And then he helped her descendants to establish the country. After another 700 years, he felt tired and cut off that love. After that, Shinryu appeared in the world. He fell in love with Shinryu again. Alas, how many people in this world can be like Hong Nyangzi, who only loves one person and never forsakes him? Li Yunqing didn't speak. Red Lady turned around and walked a few steps to the door of Qian Hall, slowly reaching out to feel the door. In fact, it was a void and nothing could be touched. She said while doing so, because my father was so deeply in love, he was trapped in Dongting for 2,000 years and couldn't see Shinryu. Therefore, he missed her so much that he almost went crazy. So he suddenly had a bold idea. He really wanted to create another person like Shinryu. In this world, half of the dragon souls are in Dongting. He also saw Shinryu refining Dragon Sun with the dragon soul and demon's vitality. So he probably wanted to do the same. So he gave birth to me. Red Lady paused and said, people said that he gave birth to me just to use me. In this case, it's not fake. I am just a fish spirit. I'm not the person he wants. Therefore, in the hundreds of years when he hesitated, I was always a role that didn't matter whether I existed or not. Then 200 years ago, he had studied the method of refining the dragon soul for 200 years. He knew that I couldn't live. He said that I had to die first and become a ghost cultivator, so that there would be a gap in the remnant soul, and it would be easy to stick to the dragon soul. So I died. Red Lady was silent for a while. No one knew what she was thinking. Then she sighed. Later, I became a ghost cultivator. Later, hatred came to Dongting. My father said that he forged the order of Shinryu. Shinryu might have changed. There has been no news about Shinryu in the past 2,000 years. My father has been worried. He was worried that she had encountered some disaster. Therefore, when the thing about hatred came out, his worry was so strong. So he finally refined the dragon soul in me. He said that he wanted to see Shinryu, and he wanted me to do one thing in Mount Shaoyan. If he went to Shinryu and was safe, I would put this matter aside. If he died, it meant that his prediction came true. Maybe Shinryu encountered a strong enemy, and even he couldn't escape. So I had to be prepared. Red Madam let out another sigh. After all these things, everyone knows that I have a dragon soul in my body. They all knew that I had no ability to protect myself. They all wanted to catch me. But in the end, it must be Xianmen who caught me. Because at least for now, there is no power stronger than them in the world. He trapped you and me in Dongting, so that the people of Xianmen could catch us. But he didn't expect that you were so clever that you could break that trap. But in the end, things are still the way they should be, until today. Speaking till here, Red Lady heaved a sigh of relief. Then, some changes happened to her body. 2 dots of red light lit up on her forehead, as if 2 horns had just sprouted. Li Yunxin's face was gloomy when he heard this. He just stared at Red Lady and said in a deep voice, "But it seems that your father didn't fully understand the method of Shinryu to refine Dragon Sun. You had to die once to merge with the Dragon Soul. So now you are Red Lady who has merged with the Dragon Soul. No wonder your temperament changed so much." Chapter 511. As he spoke, he slowly stepped back. "Since you're here, you have something you want to do. You're no longer the Red Lady of the past. The grudges between us should be written off. I congratulate you for finally becoming a dragons. Since we're dragons, you and I are blood relatives. Then, I'll take my leave." At this moment, Red Lady slowly put her hand into the door and stopped moving, as if she had caught something. Her eyes were also focused on the void in front of her, looking very focused. But after listening to Li Yunxin's words, she smiled slightly. "Don't go. You should know that with my current cultivation level, you can't leave even if you want to. Li Yunxin, Red Lady used to love you and wanted to help you. And now, I'm going to help you as well. In the past, you were in my heart, and I could come and go as I pleased. Now I can't do that again. The thing I came to Mount Shaoran to get is probably what you want. But since Red Lady loves you, I thought there are many treasures in this Mount Shaoyan, but I'll only take one. As for the rest, I'll give them to you as long as you like them. This is my good intention. You can't not appreciate it." Speaking of this, she turned her face slightly to look at Li Yunxin. "If you don't appreciate it, I'll kill you. No one in the world will be able to appreciate your kindness." After finishing her words, she suddenly pulled her hand backward. At this moment, the 2 red dots on her forehead suddenly expanded and suddenly turned into a pair of shining dragon horns. But the dragon horns only appeared for a moment. They quickly shrank back. But at this moment it was already done. Suddenly, a large amount of mysterious light burst out from the door of Qian Hall, as if there were countless electric snakes swimming, thunder roaring, and fire clouds rolling. The appearance of a restrictive spell appeared outside the entire palace. Countless gods and heavenly generals were densely guarding the eaves and ridges of the palace, forming a formation together. But now, they disappeared in a flash, just like the 2 light horns on Red Lady's forehead. Because of Red Lady's sudden tug, the figures of these gods suddenly shattered and turned into streams of light that filled the entire world before exploding. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, Red Lady slowly lowered her hands and walked into the Qian Palace Hall. The restriction that Li Yunxin and Su Xing couldn't do anything about was broken by her claw. She took 5 steps inside and was sure that everything was all right. She then turned around and looked at Li Yunxin. "What are you waiting for instead of coming in to retrieve the treasure?" Li Yunxin looked at her expressionlessly. After about a dozen breaths of time, he suddenly said in a low voice, "You said you also wanted something. Let me think. The thing you want is that legendary treasure, right?" According to the legends, if one obtains it, they will become the lord of the demons of the world. As he spoke, Bai Yunxin slowly retreated. He now knew how to adapt to circumstances. Listening to Red Madam's words, he realized that he had also been intentionally or unintentionally plotted against. Now that Red Lady and Li Yunxin were entangled, there was nothing she could do. He also saw that the fish spirit's temperament had changed greatly. Who knew if she would be a friend or foe in a while? He might as well sneak away as soon as possible and make plans later. Hearing Li Yunxin's words, Red Madam laughed and said, "Exactly. I only want that one thing. In the end, Li Lang only wants to live in seclusion. So this thing is not something that you must obtain, right?" After saying this, she continued, "Where is Sister Bai going? Could he bear to leave just like that? In Manwan Mountain, I heard you tell Li Lang that you like him." Bai Yunxin's expression froze, and she stopped in her tracks. Only then did Red Madam turn her face toward her and said, "Since you like me, then you should go. Why don't you ask him today if he likes you too? If you like it too, and the 2 of you love each other." Bai Yunxin took 2 deep breaths and finally raised her thin eyebrows. "Li Xinyu, don't push me too far." Red Madam blinked her eyes. "Huh? Now that you have the dragon soul, I really can't do anything to you. Bai Yunqin looked at her. However, compared to the demoness in the past, her face was indeed filled with anger, which was rarely seen on her face. But have I ever mistreated you? When I took you away from Dongting, I should have sent you to my adoptive father and killed you to get the dragon soul to unlock his seal. But no matter what the reason was, I didn't send you there, but wanted to take you away from here, didn't I? Did I do anything wrong to you? Why did you humiliate me like this today? Red Madam smiled slightly and thought for a while. It seems that you didn't do anything wrong. Bai Yunqin glared at her again. I also advise you not to think that you are invincible in the world now. What about my adoptive father in the past, and what about now? Do you think that you are invincible with brute force? Now let me tell you. My mother has sent me a message a few days ago. Demons are determined to conquer Mount Yunshan. They want to conquer Mount Yunshan and directly destroy its lair. They won't retreat after killing some Taoists. Now the war should have started. Maybe in a few hours, Mount Yunshan may be conquered. At that time, do you still want to be so arrogant in front of so many monster kings, Dragon Son? Hearing what she said, Li Yunqin was not surprised. He was a little surprised, because Bai Yunqin mentioned the word mother. She actually has a mother? It seems that she is still alive, and has a high position in the allied forces of monsters and demons. But she thought that her so-called mother was long gone. The marriage between demons and demons is different from that of mortals. For example, if a crane monster and a fox monster get married, the fox monster will die after giving birth to the fetus. Because if it is not a marriage between demons of the same species, but a marriage between different species, the demon power of the fetus will clash with the demon power of the mother. During pregnancy, the mother will become weaker day by day. When this demon fetus grows up and is born, it will be the time for the mother to die. Bai Yunqin is a true realm great demon. If she had been born, and her mother was still alive, did that mean that she had married into the same clan? But in this world, are there two other crane monsters that are strong enough to give birth to a true realm crane monster that Li Yunqin has heard of? Li Yunqin does not know if he is ignorant or not, but with his current knowledge and experience, he had indeed never heard of two crane demons whose cultivation was so high that they could participate in the decision-making process of the Dragon Sons. Hearing her words, Red Madam also raised her eyebrows. Oh? So tell me, who is Sister Bai's mother? Bai Yunqin narrowed her eyes. I am just telling you. You can care about the matter between you and Li Yunqin. But don't provoke me. Whether I like him or not, it is my business. I don't need other people to decide. And I don't need you to decide. If you are smart and tactful, don't waste time here with me. If you insist on making life difficult for me, no matter what kind of friendship we have in the past, I, Bai Yunqin, am not you in the past. After saying this, she turned around and walked away, completely ignoring Red Madam and Li Yunqin. Just like that, she took 3 steps. Red Madam looked at her in silence. When she took the 4th step, Red Madam suddenly raised her hand, and something flew out from her sleeve. Li Yunqin was startled and shouted in a low voice, "Be careful." Bai Yunqin also seemed to be prepared. She turned around and flipped her palms, and 2 small treasures flew out from her sleeves. They looked like 2 small silver swords. Immediately, they interweaved into a dense net of mysterious light in front of her, and blocked that thing. But there was no earth-shaking sound, and there was no violent surging of spiritual power. A piece of clothing fell on the ground. This piece of clothing was snow white. There were no gaps or traces of stitching, and it looked like it was made by nature. There were countless small and slightly shining feather patterns on it. They looked like feather patterns, but also like scales. Seeing this thing, Li Yunqin was stunned. Bai Yunqin, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. Red Madam smiled. It seems that Brother Li is also worried about Sister Bai. So, you two have some friendship. After saying this, she walked to the front of the cabinet in the Qian Palace Hall, and opened it one by one like a secular person opening a cabinet. It seemed that she was looking for the thing that could make her the ruler of the demons, if she obtained it. While looking at it, she said softly, "This is your feather clothes. My father took it back for you, and now I return it to you. From now on, we don't owe each other anything. Bai Yunxin stared at the clothes that she stopped and hit on the ground in disbelief. After a full 3 breaths, she suddenly stepped forward, picked it up, and hugged it tightly in her arms. A very complicated expression appeared on her face. And this was the first time Li Yunxin saw such an expression on the face of this crane demon. It was indescribable excitement, surprise, and gratitude. Feather clothes. The reason why Li Yunxin was slightly surprised was also because he had heard of this thing. It was after he killed the 9th young master, and when he first met the Lord Dongting on Mount Lord Dongting. At that time, he made up a reason, saying that Bai Yunxin and Lu Ling fought, because Lu Ling had the treasure that Bai Yunxin wanted. Unexpectedly, by a stroke of luck, the Lord Dongting thought for a while, and then helped him make up a lie. Or it should be the feather clothes. He also said that the crane demon Bai Yunxin had a feather clothes, which was necessary for her to enter this mortal world, and the world where the golden rock was sealed. However, 1,000 years ago, it was forcefully taken by a Taoist priest surnamed Niu. So in the past 1,000 years, she had to go to the celestial sect several times to ask for it back, but to no avail. And at that time, Lu Ling did wear Bai Yunxin's feather clothes. When Lu Ling and the 9th young master fought, the feather clothes and several magic treasures were taken by the 9th young master. After the 9th young master died, those magic treasures were left in his temporary imperial residence. The temporary imperial residence of the demons had always been very secretive. If anyone could find it, it could only be the great demon near the Wei River, the Lord Dongting. So later, the feather clothes and many other treasures passed through the hands of the Lord Dongting. And now, it was brought out by Hong Niu. Such an item, which should have belonged to Bai Yunxin, had changed hands many times, but she always missed it. But today, it was actually thrown back by Hong Niu. It should be extremely important to Bai Yunxin. So this female demon immediately showed such an expression. Bai Yunxin stared at Hong Niu for a while, then turned to look at Li Yunxin. She seemed to want to say something, but in the end she didn't. After a long silence she said, "Okay, Li Xinyu, I have received your kindness. But my words are also true. In a few hours, the situation may change greatly. The two of you take care of yourselves." After saying that, he didn't look at Li Yunxin again and flew away. Li Yunxin also didn't say anything, until Bai Yunxin's figure disappeared in the ruins of the group of halls. He suddenly smiled and walked into the Qian Hall. He also walked into the Qian Hall, shaking his head slightly as he walked. "This is a good move. It's almost an overt plot. Since you have spent so much effort, fine. I am not a bashful person, so I will also accept your kindness. You find your treasure, I will take mine. You really found that treasure? Just open my eyes." After saying that, he crossed the threshold and stepped into the Qian Hall. Su Sheng stood in front of the hall door, blinked his eyes and said slowly, "The silver soul tail ring should be in the mysterious number 36 cabinet. She has already opened it, you can go and take the treasure." After saying that he smiled again. "Alas, you this person. Do you have integrity or no integrity? Strange, strange." Li Yunxin snorted. "None of your business." Chapter 512. After finding the silver soul tail ring in the mysterious cabinet 36 that Su Sheng mentioned, Li Yunxin gave it a try. In reality, it only looked like a silver thread as thin as a strand of hair. It floated in the cabinet, surrounded by a dim ring of light. Li Yunxin took it and put it on the pinky finger of his left hand. The silver thread immediately sank into his flesh, and nothing could be seen. This kind of thing was not like other treasures that required profound incantations to be used. Since he had practiced Taoist magic, it was easy for him to use it. He knew that this thing was similar to the temporary imperial palace and the dragon palace, but also very different. The temporary imperial palace was a real world, but the inside of this thing was nothingness. When you put a treasure inside, the treasure was not actually inside the ring. According to mortals, it should be in a state of both in place and in the ring. For example, he was using this ring to quickly store all the treasures in the cabinet. In reality, Those treasures were still in the place where Li Yunxin had stored them. However, the ring had taken that place away. If he brought the ring to the capital of the Qin kingdom, then it would be like the treasures were still in Mount Shaoyan. But the space on Mount Shaoyan where the treasures were stored had been taken by Li Yunxin to the capital. In reality, all treasures that could store items in the world of cultivation followed the same principle. It could not be considered truly stored, but only a method or way. If someone could really refine a treasure like the demon's temporary imperial palace, then in the eyes of cultivators, it could be called a rare treasure. In this way, he only spent a quarter of an hour to collect most of the treasures in the Qian Hall. Just as Su Sheng said, there were many treasures that the ring could not store. According to Su Sheng, these types of treasures were mostly armors. Because they were too sharp, their killing intent was too heavy. Thus they were like people difficult to control. But even if they could not store them, they still wanted to take them away. Li Yunxin simply put them all on. He wore a 9-swallowing 8 golden leaf dragon scale armor, and a flaming lion purple gold crown on his head. On his feet was a pair of 6-petaled beast claw boots, and on his waist was a 6-foot golden goose feather saber. Wearing these treasures, in the eyes of ordinary people, they looked extremely mighty and handsome. If someone were to appear on the battlefield wearing such clothes, they would definitely attract a large wave of arrows. But in the eyes of a cultivator, it was too exaggerated. It was unknown which sage came up with these things. However, most magic treasures could be refined into the body. He put it on, refined it, and disappeared with a thought. He would only summon it in times of war. Seeing him dressed like this, Su Sheng smiled slowly. While praising the magnificence of his armor, she told him in detail about its origins. But how could Li Yunxin be patient enough to listen? He was currently picking up some of the remaining treasures that he fancied, and equipping them all. Layers upon layers of weapons hung around his waist, all of them refined. As for the other armors, they were also refined. Ordinary cultivators could not do this, but demons could. Because on the path of cultivation, if a demon gained intelligence and entered the door, compared to a human, it was really hard to say which one was the wisest of all. For example, when Li Yunxin was in the city of Wei, the spiritual power in his ocean of qi and mountain of snow was sealed, so he took the risk and absorbed people's power of faith, who knew that it would lead to a disaster, almost causing his ocean of qi and mountain of snow to collapse and his body to die. This was because human cultivators could only use the spiritual energy in the world. Regardless of whether it was the cultivation orthodoxy, the sword sex cultivation technique, or the painting paths cultivation technique, they all used the spiritual energy in this world. If the spiritual energy was pure, the spiritual power in the cultivator's body would also be pure. Since it was pure, the power of the sword would be great. Compared to the demons, this was an advantage. And the so-called demon power of the demons was actually the power in the demon's body. For example, demons like the Golden Rock King who cultivated Tao. He first transformed into a human, imitating a human's meridians, ocean of qi and mountain of snow. Then, like a human cultivator, he absorbed spiritual energy from the world and refined it into spiritual power in his body. This spiritual power was called spiritual power in the cultivator's body. But in the demon's body, it was called demon power, because the power in the demon's body was really mixed. He could cultivate Tao and use spiritual power. He could also enjoy incense and use the power of faith. Even like what Li Yunxin did, he could refine souls and absorb grievances. Because the so-called human body of a demon was essentially a mimicry. Even the ocean of qi and mountain of snow was imitated. So there was no need to worry about the chaotic flow of energy in the body. Before the demon gained intelligence and could transform into a human, the meridians of a human were naturally good for cultivation. In reality, this was because all the cultivation methods were created by humans, or customized for humans, so naturally it was suitable. But when the demon could also imitate the ocean of qi and mountain of snow and mountain of qi and meridians, it was hard to say who was more gifted on the path of cultivation. Maybe it was because of this that the Xianmen had been guarding against the cultivation methods for tens of thousands of years. so that the demon could only rely on the supernatural power and physical body. Also, the reason why Li Yunxin could refine many treasures into his body was because of the strong physical body of the dragons. The other reason was that the demon didn't worry about the chaotic flow of energy in the body. It was not easy for human cultivators to do this, but not for the demon. He was finally satisfied after plundering, and then he saw Red Lady standing at the door of the hall, looking at him without blinking. Li Yunxin coughed. "Did you find the thing?" Red Lady shook her head. "It's not here." "Oh." Li Yunxin nodded and looked at Su Sheng. "According to the reincarnation of the Sage of Calligraphy, that thing probably doesn't exist. That Juanfu of yours must have been spreading false rumors." Red Lady blinked and looked at Su Sheng. "He is the Sage of Calligraphy?" It seemed that she didn't bother to ask before. Now that Li Yunxin said it, she knew the identity of this stupid person. But even so, she didn't sound too surprised. It was like talking about a passerby. "It's the reincarnation." Li Yunxin had a good impression of her attitude, at least compared with the past. He might also like burning emotions, but at least it was difficult for him to accept seemingly burning emotions. Red Lady didn't seem to know what the reincarnation was. But at least she knew that the reincarnation of the Sage of Calligraphy had a close relationship with the Sage of Calligraphy. So she thought for a while and looked at Li Yunxin. "Do you also think that it's a rumor?" But without waiting for him to speak, she said, "My father said so. It is said that now those big demons also think that there is such a treasure in Cloud Mountain. Since you said it's the reincarnation of the Sage of Calligraphy, even he said it probably doesn't exist. So many powerful people can't be sure that it doesn't exist. Isn't it enough to explain the problem?" Her tone was concise and her logic was very clear. Compared to the previous Red Lady, she was as different as heaven and earth. Li Yunxin was speechless for a while after hearing what she said. He could only smile. Okay. It's up to you. Then you can continue to search in the Kuan Hall and the Qi Hall. Of course, I'm happy to take more treasures from you." After thinking for a while, he said, "But you look full of confidence. Do you know something else?" Red Lady was silent for a while. Then she said in a low voice, "I just thought of something else. That day, you wanted to deceive my father, but you were tricked by him. You should know that although he is affectionate, his mind is not simple. I occasionally heard him talk about this treasure in Cloud Mountain, but I also thought it might be a rumor. But now, I'm in Cloud Mountain. It's because of his scheme. He told me that he was going to look for the treasure after he left the small Cloud Mountain. If he wasn't sure that the treasure exists, why would he go through so much trouble to send me here?" Li Yunxin nodded. "What you said is reasonable. But nothing is absolute. In the eyes of outsiders, Zither monarch hatred started this war for the legendary treasure that can control all the demons. But in fact, he has other intentions. You said that your father is very shrewd. Maybe he also has other purposes, but you just didn't realize it." Red Lady listened to his words and became pensive. Li Yunxin smiled faintly, lifted her foot and walked out. But just as he stepped out of the door, he suddenly saw Red Lady smile. "If I didn't know what kind of person you used to be, I would also believe you. But now that I think about it, I suspect that you also believe that the treasure exists after hearing me say so. Since he believed it and wanted it, he tried to persuade me to give up the idea. Tell me, do you have such intentions?" Li Yunxin was slightly stunned and then sighed. "If you like to think that way, then think that way. Changing a person's mind or impression is always the most difficult thing. If you don't believe me, pay more attention to me. You will know if I'm sincere or not." Red Lady slightly raised her eyebrows and stared at him for a while. Then she smiled. "Of course I trust you the most. Let's go to the Kuan Hall now." The Qiankuan Hall and the Qiankuan Hall both stored magic treasures, but they were of different types. The treasures in the Qiankuan Hall were used to kill people, save people, and imprison people. Any one of them could be used to fight with people, and was very powerful. But the word Kuan refers to earth, and it was virtuous. The treasures in the Kuan Hall were much less sharp than those in the Qiankuan Hall. Therefore, they weren't very interesting. For example, furnaces, cauldrons, books, paintings, and even some rare ancient books and some strange techniques. Just like before, Red Madam broke the prohibition effortlessly and entered the main hall, with Li Yunxin to search carefully. In fact, if there really was that treasure, it should probably be here, because the rest of the Qi halls mostly stored elixirs and heavenly treasures for alchemy. Therefore, both Li Yunxin and Red Lady knew one thing. If that treasure really existed, there was only one possibility. It really existed, but only the person who spread the rumor knew what it was. However, that person mixed this thing with the other treasures of Cloudy Mountain. If she didn't say it, it would be very difficult for others to find it among so many treasures. But even so, it also meant that there was something different about that thing. Therefore, they all tried to distinguish which treasure it was among these treasures. But it was easier said than done. There were a total of 163 items and ancient books in the Kuan Hall. Excluding those that were obviously not in the range, there were still more than 40 items left. These 40 or so treasures couldn't be looked at and touched like ordinary objects, and one couldn't figure out the details of these treasures. After all, they were immortal treasures. There were still many mysterious things that needed to be carefully examined. Li Yunxin was very sensible and didn't compete with Red Lady. He had always been good at being flexible. Therefore, he only guarded those that people didn't want, and slowly selected and put them into his ring. At the same time, he looked at Red Lady. Now this Red Lady was full of vigor. Knowing that Su Sheng, who looked like a fool, was the reincarnation of the Sage of Calligraphy, and seemed to have fallen for Li Yunxin's trick, he told Su Sheng everything he knew. Thus, he took the treasures one by one, and asked Su Sheng to tell him everything in detail. However, although Su Sheng was a sage, he was not in charge of the treasury. There were some things that he had often heard of, so he explained them to Red Lady. Red Lady thought carefully for a while, and felt that they were not what she wanted, so she gave them to Li Yunxin. As for the others, Su Sheng didn't know what they were, so she also looked at them carefully. She kept the ones that she thought were possible, and gave the ones that were not possible to Li Yunxin. If there was one that Li Yunxin liked and felt that it was useful, he would say to her, "This thing is obviously something." Perhaps Red Madam would argue with him, but in the end, she felt that what he said made sense, so she gave it to him. The three of them guarded the Kuan Hall, with a pile of immortal treasures around them. A perfectly good treasure trove had been turned into a secular market for reselling literature and playthings. Chapter 513. Another quarter of an hour passed. After picking and choosing, the treasures in Red Lady's hands became fewer and fewer. In the end, there were only 5 things left. They were 3 scrolls, a token, and a wooden box. There were nearly 100 treasures that had been thrown away by Red Lady and taken away by Li Yunxin before. Even the most ordinary, one could tell that it was extraordinary when one looked at it and held it in one's hand. Only these 5 were the strangest. They looked really ordinary. If they weren't placed in the same compartment, people would think that they were the sundries accidentally left in this Kuan Hall for thousands of years. At this moment, the 3 of them focused their attention on these 5 items. Red Lady was silent for a while, and then she reached out to pick up the first scroll in front of her. She was now sitting in front of a desk in the Kuan Hall. Su Sheng stood at the door, and Li Yunxin was opposite her. So he watched Red Lady slowly unfold this thing. It was an 8-foot scroll. But it was not an ordinary 8-foot scroll, but 8 feet long and 8 feet wide. On the right side of the title, there were 5 words written neatly, Huangyu Jingtian Map. When she saw these 5 words, Red Lady's eyes were already disappointed. Although she was a demon, Lord Dongting was not that kind of stupid demon who ate raw meat and drank blood. Red Lady was born as the Princess of Dongting. Regardless of human experience, in terms of poetry and literature, she might be above many scholars in the secular world. Therefore, she knew that these 5 words meant that this was a map. Countries often used the Huangyu map to refer to the officially revised map. The word Jingtian was added to this map, which might mean that it was very different from the map drawn by mortals. This difference could be seen at a glance. Because of the surveying and mapping methods, the maps in the secular world were often distorted greatly. However, this picture looked extremely precise and orderly. The countries in the Midland were depicted in the map. But that was only a part of the total number of countries, about 36 countries. The mountains and rivers of each country were drawn in detail, and the names of each country, large and medium-sized cities, were also marked. This was the first time Li Yunxin saw a map in this world. Therefore, for the first time, he had a general and macroscopic understanding of the world he lived in. Although the map was blank on all four sides, which meant that there were more lands that had not been mapped and marked. However, it was big enough for him now. Because the map was 8 feet long and 8 feet wide, it was like a large double bed. And from the moment he was born until now, the places he had been to only took up half the size of a palm on this map. Needless to say, the blank space outside the map represented an even wider space. It was impossible to draw such a large and accurate map in the secular world. Only cultivators could do it. To be exact, only the cultivators of Cloud Mountain could do it. This Cloud Mountain was walking in the sky of the Midland. Who else could be more gifted than the cultivators in the Cloud Mountain, and could draw high-precision maps? When Li Yunxin saw this, he couldn't help but stretch out his hand and touch the map. He wanted to confirm if there were any other mysteries in the painting. But there were none. It was just a map. Although the paper was impervious to fire and water, and the ink would never fade, there was no chi movement on it, and no magic power. It was just a map. This made Li Yunxin stunned. But soon he smiled and realized that his previous background was not all his advantages. The reason why he touched the map was that if there were no other mysteries, why would a map be kept in the Kuan Palace? But soon after, he realized that it was because he had seen too much, and now he was seeing too much. In his era, maps weren't rare, and high-precision maps weren't rare either. As long as one wanted it, one could easily get it. But a long time ago, such as the current world high-precision maps, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were national treasures or strategic resources. Once the generals got this map, they would know the direction of the mountains and rivers in the enemy country like the back of their hands. They could even accurately plan a place where they could march for a few days, and where to set up an ambush. However, the people of their own country didn't know much about the terrain of their country, and even the map was very different. It was like a man with eyes fighting a blind man. How could he not win? This map was a high-precision map of the 36 countries drawn by the cultivators on Mount Yunshan. For the people of this era, it was indeed a divine map that could only be made by extraordinary skills. Because of this, Red Lady was only disappointed when she saw this map, but she didn't feel strange. She looked at the map carefully, and then looked at Li Yunxin. "What are you laughing at?" Li Yunxin shook his head. "I'm laughing at the fact that the cultivators of the Xianmen sect don't eat the food of the mortal world. But they still set up a station in every big city in the mortal world. They live on Mount Yunshan and look aloof, but in the end, they even drew such a map and hid it in the Kuan Palace like a treasure. It can be seen that they are not as aloof as they say. Little Su, tell me." He turned his face and looked at Su Xing playfully. "Are you planning to take this map to the secular world to fight for the world if you can't cultivate it anymore?" Su Xing blinked his eyes. "Ah. It's not, that's it. This map, in fact, in the past." Li Yunxin sighed and waved his hand. Okay. Don't say it. When I hear you speak so slowly, I'm so anxious that I want to say it for you." Red Lady listened to Li Yunxin ridicule Su Xing. Her gaze stayed on the map for a while. After thinking for a dozen breaths of time, he finally rolled up the painting. She didn't hand it to Li Yunxin, but just put it aside and took the second one. "Look at this one." This scroll was much more mystical than the Huangyu Heaven Sutra painting, because after it was opened, the characters on it would flow. The words on the black and white paper flowed endlessly. If one wanted to see it clearly, they had to circulate their spiritual power and clear their mind. If the cultivation of the person looking at it wasn't high enough, it was easy to lose their mind. If there was no one to protect them, they would probably have to use up some of their essence, chi, and cultivation. Red Lady raised her head and looked at Su Sheng. Su Sheng looked at the map and said, "Ah, so it's this one. This one. It's the 36 words divine ability. Although, it doesn't seem to be a profound technique now. However, it's the first technique that the Celestials taught to mortals in the secular world." "Aya." He blinked regretfully. "I always wanted to take a look at it. I didn't expect to see it here. But now that I see it, I don't think it's anything special." He spoke slowly. Not only could Li Yunxin not stand it, but Red Lady also couldn't stand it. Without waiting for him to finish, she put this one aside and opened the third one. The result was the same as the previous one. However, the previous one was the first technique that the Celestials taught to Daotong. And this one was the first technique that the Celestials taught to Kenzo. Red Lady also put the third one aside. Therefore, at this moment, both of their gazes became solemn. "I said it before. Maybe it doesn't exist." Li Yunxin sighed and reached out to take the token between the two. Red Lady didn't stop him. The token looked ordinary and unremarkable. It seemed like it had been there for many years. It was light yellow, neither gold nor jade, and seemed to be carved out of an unknown material. The surface was smooth, and there were almost no decorations. Only the front side was carved with a shallow Ling character. Looking at it, it seemed like someone used this thing to practice carving. However, this character was only carved lightly, and was delayed by something, so he threw it aside. It was only today that it saw the light of day again. But as soon as he held it in his hand, his expression froze. After about a breath's time, he turned his hand and passed it to Red Lady, frowning and whispering, "Try it." Then he turned his face and asked Su Sheng in a serious tone, "What's the origin of this thing?" Because of his demeanor and tone, Red Lady immediately straightened her back and took the token. Then, like Li Yunxin, she was stunned. She opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Su Sheng stared at the token and narrowed his eyes, as if he was recalling something. When Li Yunxin saw Red Lady's expression, he said in a deep voice, "Did you feel it?" Red Lady hesitated for a while. "It's a little familiar." "It's the dragon aura," Li Yunxin said seriously and looked at her solemnly. "You just merged with the dragon soul not long ago, so you are not familiar with this feeling. But for me it's the dragon aura. The aura of dragons." Red Lady didn't answer immediately. Instead, she slightly closed her eyes and sensed for a while, then said, "But the aura is a little strange. You also felt it." Li Yunxin immediately answered, "The aura is mixed. The dragon aura is only one of them. There are other auras, but I can't distinguish them at the moment. Have you thought it through?" It seemed that this token really aroused his interest. At this moment, Li Yunxin looked a little anxious and even shouted at Su Sheng. However, Su Sheng was not very sensitive to these things now. After Li Yunxin shouted again, after 5 or 6 breaths, the reincarnation of the master of calligrapher said, "This? I also don't know its origin." After a pause he said, "But I know that it was originally a scale. The characters were also carved by Chunhua." She said that she picked up a piece of scale and made it into this thing. But Chunhua was not patient. He got tired of fiddling with it for a few days and threw it aside. "So I also don't know its origin." Hearing this, Li Yunxin let out a sigh of relief. Then he turned to Red Lady and said in a low voice, "Do you know who first spread the news that there is a treasure on Cloud Mountain that can control a group of demons and transform into a dragon by getting it?" Red Lady didn't speak. She held the token and only looked at Li Yunxin. She didn't know what he was thinking. Li Yunxin frowned and said to himself, "It was spread by the art saint Chunhua. Now it seems the news was spread by the art saint. This thing was carved by the art saint, and it has dragon aura." He was silent for a while, as if he was thinking carefully. Finally, he let out a long breath and looked at Red Lady. "Although we still don't know how to use this treasure, but maybe we have found it." Chapter 514. Red Lady still didn't speak. Seeing her like this, Li Yunxin shook his head. "Okay. Think about it slowly, but there are still people waiting for me outside." Bai Yunxin said that things would change in a few hours. I don't think he was exaggerating. So, I don't have much time. He stood up while speaking, picked up the 3 scrolls in Red Lady's hand, and put them into his ring. I'm going to the Qi Palace now. Are you coming with me? After saying this, he stretched out his hand to take the 5th item, the wooden box. Red Lady was still in deep thought. But when Li Yunxin's hand was about to touch the wooden box, she suddenly stretched out her hand and pressed it down. Then she looked up at Li Yunxin with an expressionless face. I haven't seen it yet. Why are you in such a hurry? Li Yunxin's expression slightly stagnated. Red Madam smiled. Could it be that what Li Lang wants the most is this? After saying this, their gazes met for a full 3 breaths of time. Then, Li Yunxin slowly withdrew his hand. He sighed softly. Treasuring jade is a sin. I thought you understood this a long time ago. Whether the dragon soul in your body is a trap or not. These days you have been captured, haven't you realized it? Red Lady raised her eyebrows. Oh, if that's the case, this is the treasure I'm looking for. You already knew it. But Li Yunxin just frowned and looked at her. Now you have the dragon soul. If you take this thing, do you really think you can climb the clouds and transform into dragons with this thing? This kind of words can only be used to deceive those stupid monsters. And now you are already dragons. Don't you know that there is no such thing as climbing the clouds and transforming into dragons in this world? Do you also believe in the carp leaping over the dragon gate like those mortals? Red Lady was silent for a while and smiled. But this smile seemed a little sad. I have told you before. I don't want any of the treasures on the Cloud Mountain. I only want this one, and you promised me. But now, you're not even willing to give me this? Li Yunxin sighed again. Do you still not understand what I mean? You can't take this treasure now, because it couldn't really make you invincible in the world and control all the demons. Zither Master, Hatred Evil Lord, and even other demon kings. None of them would bow down to you. If you take it away now, other than making people chase after you and creating trouble for yourself, there's no benefit at all. Red Madam looked at him. But why did you lie to me? Why did you lie to me just now? Seeing her like this, Li Yunxin was silent for a while. Then, he spread his hands helplessly. I'm doing this for your own good. Red Madam let out a sad smile. Ah, it's for my own good. Then, she retracted her smile and looked straight at Li Yunxin. I am no longer the Red Lady of the past. She was already dead. Why did you lie to me again? Li Yunxin sighed. Let's take a step back. Even if you know how to use this treasure, you can still surrender to all the demons. Is that the kind of life you want? Do you know what you really want? Why did you lie to me again? Maybe you're so obsessed with what you want to do now, because you miss your June. Why did you lie to me again? I just used a trick. Why did you lie to me again? Li Yunxin was silent for a while. Then, he sighed helplessly and spread his hands. I'm sorry. But Red Madam only repeated the same sentence. There was a hint of sadness in her voice, but she was calm and not hysterical. Why did you lie to me again? Li Yunxin was silent for a while. This time, he was silent for a longer time than before. Then, he looked at Red Madam and opened his mouth. It seemed like he wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat. After a few breaths, he finally said, Because I'm afraid. Red Madam was stunned. At this time, Li Yunxin stood in front of her and slightly lowered his head to look at her. She didn't know if it was because the Kuan Palace was too dark, but Red Madam felt that Li Yunxin's eyes were slightly flickering, as if he was hiding or avoiding something. She also saw him slightly close his eyes. Although it was only for a very short moment, she felt that she could be sure that it was him who closed his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something bad, but he also seemed to be trying hard to calm himself down. Then Li Yunxin shook his head and smiled. Because I'm afraid. He looked at Red Madam. Aren't you afraid? This is the way of the world. Red Madam blinked and opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything. It seemed that she didn't expect that Li Yunxin would say such a thing. Who would have thought? Li Yunxin, who was known for his cunning and madness, Li Yunxin, who often risked his life to do many crazy things that people didn't dare to think about. He actually said that he was afraid. He laughed again. Before you became a wandering soul, You were a wandering soul. In this terrible world, if there were some ferocious demons and cultivators around you, would you be afraid? Red Madam hesitated for a moment. I would. Li Yunxin looked at her. So I didn't dare to say anything. And I didn't dare to do anything. At that time, when you were in Dongting, you were the princess of Dongting. For me, he sighed softly, you were also a ferocious and terrible demon. I was afraid. Red Madam suddenly widened her eyes and almost stood up. But she bit her lip in the end. Didn't I treat you well enough? Even now. Li Yunxin was silent for a while and whispered, you have always treated me well. Even now. But the good you treat me may not be what I want. So, I will be afraid. You. Red Madam gritted her teeth. Li Yunxin. Li Yunxin looked at her silently. The two of them stared at each other for a while before Red Lady moved her gaze away and said in a low voice, I have never thought of harming you. Now you don't need to be afraid. I can protect you. Li Yunxin laughed loudly. After laughing for more than 10 seconds, he suddenly stopped laughing and looked at her. Who do you think I am? Red Madam's face became cold. Okay. I will take you as a man of indomitable spirit. Then this thing. As she said, she raised her hand and grabbed the wooden box on the table. Are you going to take it away from me? Li Yunxin looked at her seriously and took a step back. With my current personal ability, I can't take it away from you. But, he suddenly turned to look at Su Sheng and said quickly, go to the prison of Yunshan and find Lu Gongzan and Shanji. Then take them out of Yunshan and send them to a place I can find. Finally, forget it. For a moment, Red Madam didn't know what he meant by the last 3 words. But as soon as he heard Li Yunxin shout go, Su Sheng was suddenly like a puppet that had its strings pulled. He quivered from head to toe. His eyes regained their vigor immediately. His eyes stayed on Li Yunxin and Red Madam for a while. Without saying any nonsense, he turned around and flew away. Red Madam now understood what he meant. If Su Sheng left, she couldn't figure out the real mystery of this wooden box for a while. But why did he do this? Li Yunxin. Red Madam stood up and shouted in a low voice. What are you going to do? If there is something that can deter the demons, it means that there is something that can control the overall situation of the world. Li Yunxin took 3 steps back and stood in front of the door. I have worked hard to plan the layout, and now the world is in turmoil, and a great calamity is about to break out. If you really comprehend and use this thing, the worst outcome that I've anticipated will happen. You'll really be able to control the demons. I won't be able to live for long. He gritted his teeth and said, I once promised a person that neither you nor I can afford to offend. What I am doing now is what I promised him. Once this thing fails, not only will I not live long, but I will probably never be able to transcend after I die. So, at least for now on this Shaoyan mountain, I won't let you get what you want. Little Yuer, I am doing this for myself and for you. Finally, I advise you don't hurt me and yourself. Red Madam stared at him. Who are you working for? Why are you so scared? But Li Yunxin didn't say anything. He pursed his lips and only looked at her. Red Madam stared at him for a while. Then she suddenly raised her hand and fiercely struck. However, this palm was not aimed at Li Yunxin. With a humming sound, the majestic demonic power blasted a hole through the koan hall. Its momentum did not diminish, and it headed towards the east. The strong wind stirred up in the hall turned the broken bricks and tiles into a storm, hitting the 2 of them. But they were all broken into the tiniest pieces and dust. In the dust, Red Madam said in a low voice, Good. In that case, I have broken the restriction of the Qi Hall in the east. Li Yunxin, if you want the elixir, go ahead. But I am going to leave Shaoyan Mountain and chase after the reincarnation of the Master of Calligrapher. Although my father taught me the method to leave Shaoyan Mountain, I am not good at it, and will definitely cause a big commotion. At that time, the people of Xianmen will know that Shaoyan Mountain has been breached, and will definitely come back to help. Whether you can escape or not, depends on your own luck. After she said these words, she was silent for a long time. So the dust and gravel that had been stirred up before slowly fell down. But he still couldn't see her face clearly, because there was a thick mist rising up, wrapping around her face. Li Yunqin, he finally heard her say. From today onwards we are no longer friends. Then the mist rose up to the sky. It turned into a gust of wind, and disappeared into the horizon. Li Yunqin stood alone in front of the lonely Kuan Hall, and pinched his little finger. After a moment of silence he shook his head and smiled. Then he lowered his head. Alas! Chapter 5:15. There was nothing left in the Kuan Hall. Red Madam took the box away, leaving the place in a mess. Li Yunqin stood there for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, before he slowly raised his hand and brushed off the dirt and dust that had fallen on his shoulders and head. Then he let out a light breath, turned around, and planned to go out and walk in the direction of the Qi Hall. The roof of the Kuan Hall had been broken by Red Madam. Sunlight poured down, so it was not so dark. But when Li Yunqin took a step forward, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a bit of golden light in the pile of broken bricks and tiles on the ground. He was stunned for a moment, thinking that it was his illusion. But when he turned around and saw it clearly, he was completely stunned. That golden flash was very easy to recognize. It was the token that had some dragon aura, but also other mixed auras. The token lay on the ground. Only a corner of it was exposed among the dirt and stones. But this thing was very hard, and its surface was polished smooth. It was still shining faintly among the ruins. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. He exhaled once more, and after a long while, he walked up to the token. He bent down and picked it up. He slowly wiped it clean, held it in his hand, and looked at it for a while. The token and the box. Between the two of them, it was hard to say which one was more likely to be the treasure that would allow him to control all the demons once he obtained it. Maybe it was the token, or maybe it was the box. He could have taken them both. Li Yunqin was silent for a long time, and finally put the token into his little finger. He turned around and went out, silently going straight to the Qi Hall. Little Cloud Mountain was not a place that could be casually entered and exited. Su Yusong and Zhuomuja had been trapped here for 1,000 years. Other than the elders not allowing them to leave Little Cloud Mountain, this place was difficult to enter and difficult to leave. But for the 3 people who had been here before, this place did not seem difficult to get out. The reincarnation of the Master of Calligrapher naturally had a way. By Yunqin, she retreated so decisively, so she must have a way. Her feather robe was said to be a treasure that could enter and exit the sealed space of Golden Rock King. So it should not be difficult to get out of Little Cloud Mountain. Red Madam said that her monarch father had taught her the method of Mount Chuyan. As a big monster who has been guarding Dongting for 2,000 years, the Lord Dongting actually knows this. But with so many secrets on him, it wasn't strange to have one more. As for Li Yunqin, he used to have a way to get out. His method was to revive. However, Su Xing had managed to escape earlier. Now he was truly trapped here. However, he was already familiar with being trapped, so he did not panic. Red Madam said that if she went out of Mount Shaoyin, she might alert the people of the Profound Sect to come back to help. When the people from the Celestial Sect of Wonders returned to help, he would have a chance to get out. He had always taken risks when doing things, and accidents often happened. This time, to be able to safely collect all the treasures in the Qingquan Palace, and the Qingquan Palace, and the Qi Palace, was already an unimaginably fruitful result. Nothing unexpected happened in the Palace of Qi. The restriction in the palace was directly broken by Red Lady. The elixirs and items in the palace were also scattered because of the airwaves and impact, but they were generally unharmed. Li Yunqin collected these things one by one, and also some things used for making elixirs. After doing all this, he still didn't hear any movement. Maybe Red Lady needed to make some preparations before she went out of the mountain. The Qi Palace was situated on a small hill. It was originally a lonely palace surrounded by a green river. After plundering, Li Yunqin jumped to the top of the palace and sat down. At this time, the sky began to dim, A short and long day in Mount Shaoyan was about to end. The sunlight was no longer clear, gradually turning red and faint. He sat on the top of the palace. He slowly turned the token between the fingers of his left hand. In his right hand, he grabbed a handful of golden little beans. These beans were 9 cycles Tai Zixia pills. According to the Book of Elixir, it was used to bring the dead back to life and be reborn. It was used to cure all kinds of injuries, 5 labors and 7 injuries, and all kinds of illnesses that cannot be cured by 100 medicines. The spiritual power contained in it was astonishing. If one of them was released into Jianghu in the secular world, it would set off a reign of terror. But at this moment, Li Yunqin only ate them as snacks. One by one, he threw them into his mouth, chewing noisily. But it actually wasn't delicious. The main ingredients of this pill were cinnabar and gold leaf. After chewing, it was dry and crumbly, as if he was eating soil. But he didn't feel anything about it. He slowly twirled the token in his hand. No one knew what he was thinking. Time passed like this. Only the low chirping of birds could be heard. Then the entire world shook. It was as if his head had been hit hard. The scenery in front of him trembled slightly. It was as if a huge hammer had hit the restriction of this Mount Shaoran. So he knew that Red Lady had come out of the mountain. 18 hours had passed since he had died and escaped in front of the formation. These 18 hours could be considered as a rare peaceful period. But now the peaceful days should be over. He probably had to deal with the coming storm again. But this time, he felt that he might not be as passive and strenuous as before. He had planned everything carefully, and what he wanted was to take the initiative. Now he wanted to see if his initiative could get any interesting results. For example, kill a nuisance maybe too. This should have been something he had been looking forward to for a long time. Thinking about it now, he should be happy and the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. But Li Yunqin's face was expressionless. He could only play with the token in his hand for a while in this precious and limited amount of time. Then he put it away. He turned his left hand again and took out a scroll. It was the imperial map that recorded the terrain of the 36 countries of the Midland. He jumped off the roof and looked for a flat place. He spread out the 8 feet long and 8 feet wide map. Then he stared at it and looked at it carefully. This was both a topographical map and an administrative map. Other than this, it could even be considered a simplified historical record. In some places, it marked what major events had happened in the history of this place, and used simple language to describe the general outline of the matter. For example, when he first saw the map, he naturally went to find his current location. Thus, he found the Qing Kingdom. The shape of the Qing Kingdom was like a large pancake on the map, but the north side had been taken a few bites. The bites were the Yi Kingdom between the Li Kingdom and the rooster-like Yi Kingdom. He also saw that in the territory of the Qing Kingdom, there was a matter recorded in words smaller than a sesame seed. It roughly said that 500 years ago, in the present Qing Kingdom, what had once been the Yi Kingdom, there had been a great earthquake. This earthquake affected a wide area. It included the present Yi Kingdom and half of the Qing Kingdom. Millions of people lost their homes, mountains collapsed, and rivers changed course. It was tragic. Perhaps because of this, the Yi Kingdom's national strength was greatly damaged, and the people had no way to make a living. Later, the Yi Emperor offended the goddess, which was why a disaster fell, and the country was severed. These should be the stories of the people. However, in the eyes of people like Li Yunqin, there had to be something strange about this rare change of dynasty in tens of thousands of years. The other problem was this map had been hidden in the Kuan Palace for a long time. However, it marked the great earthquake 500 years ago. This meant that someone had purposely recorded this matter. 500 years was an unimaginably long time for the people of the secular world. However, for this map, it was like it had happened yesterday. Who had recorded it? But this was not a problem that he had to figure out right now. At least, Li Yunqin knew that there was something strange about this map. In reality, this was not the only place that was strange. There were many other places. The mountains and rivers in this map were slowly outlined with a brush. Although the entire map looked precise and orderly, the painters still had the style of this era. When drawing a map, they also sought to create scenery everywhere. The mountains and rivers in the map, looking at them alone, were an intricate painting. Rather than saying this entire map was a map, it was better to say it was a mountain and river map that could be admired. This mountain and river map was also colored. For a map, coloring like an ordinary painting was like drawing legs on a snake. This made the words in the map difficult to distinguish and looked dazzling. But it was precisely this color that made Li Yunxin pay more attention. There were many places where the color was also strange. This kind of strangeness could probably only be seen by people who were proficient in the art of painting. For example, ordinary mountains used a light cyan color, and mountain rocks used ochre. At the bottom of the mountain, where vegetation was lush, stone was often used. But occasionally in some places, the color was not right. At the top of the mountain, stone was used, while at the bottom of the mountain, flour was used. Mountain rocks did not use ochre, but dawn red, and so on and so forth. Actually, it was not a big problem to look at it this way. In the eyes of ordinary people, the scenery seemed disorderly, and the color was jumpy. Although it was not systematic, it was still pleasing to the eye. There were about 36 such abnormal scenery, and they were located in the 36 countries in the map. As mentioned before, the places that Li Yunxin had walked through so far were less than the size of half a palm in this map. One could imagine how small a mountain range, or a river in the painting would be. If it was a secular person with poor eyesight, he would not be able to see it clearly. And these 36 abnormal scenery were distributed in the 36 countries, so it should not be noticed by people. But he had subconsciously looked for his position in the map before, and he was very sensitive to the art of painting and the use of color. Therefore, he could see it at first glance. At that time, he was hesitant, but he looked at other places in the map. Finally, he realized that there was such a place in every country. 36. This was a very sensitive number, because there were 36 of the most important major acupoints in the human body. When Red Madam was still around, Li Yunxin's eyes only glanced at the painting for a fleeting moment. Only now did he look carefully. He found the Manwan Mountain, where the Guan Yuan crypt where hatred was previously stationed. The color of the Manwan Mountain was indeed not right. Chapter 5:16. When he was in Hatred's palace, Bai Samran once said that he could gather the souls of the dead in the Guanyuan cave in the mountain and refine them into demonic power. He also said that the Guanyuan cave was very similar to the Guanyuan point in the human body. It could both consolidate qi and gather demonic power. He also mentioned that before he died, he was a cultivator of Daotong and Xianmen. His practice focused on the spiritual qi of the mountains and rivers, so he was very sensitive to such things. Then 2,000 years ago, he accidentally discovered the existence of feng shui. In many natural mountains and rivers in the world, there were actually wind points like the meridians and meridians of the same kind. Therefore, he came up with a theory, but it was not accepted by Xianmen. Thus he was angry and died of depression. After he died, he was saved by Qin Jun and became a ghost cultivator. But later, in Hatred's palace, Bai Yunxin told Li Yunxin about the past of the Golden Rock King being sealed. From this, Li Yunxin knew that the natural cave that Bai Samran found was not natural. It was part of the formation that was used to seal the Golden Rock King 2,000 years ago. And now, Li Yunxin knew that the eye of the formation was in Dongting. But in the kingdom of Qing, there was another place that was different, the Evil King's Pitfall Mountain. Li Yunxin found the Pitfall Mountain in the map. As expected, the color of the Pitfall Mountain was also different. This meant that the Pitfall Mountain was actually a big cave that resembled a human. However, he knew that the Guanyuan point in the mountain was the Guanyuan point, but he didn't know what it was in the Pitfall Mountain. In the real world, there were many mountains, rivers, villages, and towns. The direction and height of the mountains, the types of vegetation, and the density of the vegetation, even the amount of water in the mountains, and the composition of the soil and stones, all had a great impact on the qi and the composition of the spiritual qi. Even if he had straightened out and figured out the aura of the mountain, a mountain and a river did not exist independently. Were there any landforms near the mountains or rivers? Were there any signs of human habitation? What would affect the chi activity and spiritual energy of the mountains or rivers? Even if he had straightened out the chi activity and spiritual energy near the mountains and rivers, it had to be known that there was another place near these mountains and rivers. Even with Li Yunxin's intelligence, it was impossible for him to figure out which acupoint it was and what it was used for with just a glance. Therefore, he only knows that there are a total of 37 acupoints on the map, including the Dongting Circle Eye. It seems that they constitute the big circle to seal the Golden Rock King, as mentioned by Bai Yunxin. However, there was another thing that Bai Yunxin did not know. That was, there were skeletons in the crypt of the Pitfall Mountain. There was also a skeleton in the crypt of Manwan Mountain. Did this mean that there were skeletons in the remaining 34 crypts as well? Bai Yunxin said that this big circle was built by the three sages and Shinryu 2,000 years ago. But, if it was built at that time, how could the master of calligraphy not know about skeletons and ancient demons? It showed that Bai Yunxin's statement, if she did not deliberately deceive him, was not complete. There were other secrets hidden in the past history, but for Li Yunxin at the moment, these were not important. Most importantly, he thought, this Huangyu sky painting was the legendary treasure that could shock the demons. After all, this news was spread by Chen Zhao, the master of calligraphy. She spread the news, so the treasure must have been left by her. Since it was something left behind by her, based on Li Yunxin's understanding of her, she knew that it would be unexpected. That token really did look like that treasure. However, the treasure was too obvious. Li Yunxin did not touch the wooden box. But just by looking at it, he knew that the mystery was too obvious. With the naked eye, there was almost nothing special about it. But this Huangyu sky painting, once it was opened, all the secrets on it were revealed openly. It was up to you to see if you knew what it was. This was Chen Zhao's style, straightforward and obscure. As for how it could shock the demons, perhaps it was because it was marked with the 36 major acupoints used to suppress the Golden Rock King, and a formation eye, or because it could release the Golden Rock King after obtaining it. If a super big demon in the Grand Supreme Realm came back, it could naturally shock the world. But the problem was, it was the Golden Rock King who shocked the demons, not the holder of the painting. Or the skeletons? The skeletons, called ancient demons, could bring terrible disasters to the world once they appeared. Was it to shock the demons? But the problem was, would this, if you don't give me face, we will all die together, method work on the demons? This was an obvious thought. Anyone who had obtained the map and knew something about it would be able to think of it. Thus, Li Yunxin felt that these weren't the real secrets of the painting. But he also felt that there was no reason why he couldn't figure out the so-called real secret. Even if he couldn't completely unravel the mystery, there was no reason why he didn't have any clues. Because he already knew so many things. His understanding of the magnificent history and secrets of the past was already far greater than anyone else in the world. Moreover, he was the person with the highest cultivation in painting in the world, and he was extremely smart. If he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it, probably no one else in the world could. Perhaps the answer was already in his mind. It just depended on whether he could find it or not. Then, he needed to find out what made him different from others. This different couldn't be especially smart, especially handsome, especially meaningful, and especially elegant, which were innate and couldn't be imitated by others. Instead, it should be something that appeared after birth, which made him different from others. The painting scroll, the painting path, the art saint. The secret was unique. After 3 breaths, Li Yunxin suddenly froze. He realized that just 10 days ago, he had done something stupid that he thought he was smart. The Clarity Jade Slip. Perhaps the secret of the Imperial Heavenly Scripture diagram was hidden in the Jade Slip of Clarity. But when he thought of the Clarity Jade Slip, everything became clear. Why did the 2 wandering souls want the Clarity Jade Slip? Who added the recent records in the painting scroll? Perhaps the two wandering souls realized that the secret of the imperial heavenly painting was related to the Clarity Jade slip, so they wanted it. Previously, the Clarity Jade slip was in his hands, and the painting was in the hands of the wandering souls. But today, the painting was in his hands, and the Clarity Jade slip was in the hands of the two wandering souls. Really, damn it. He gritted his teeth and stood in place for a while, then spun a few rounds in anger. He looked around, lifted his foot, and kicked over a copper cauldron beside him. He scolded, "Stupid! Stupid! Stupid!" His face was ferocious, and even the sides of his cheeks were covered with fine scales. The fangs in his mouth were sharp, and every time he scolded, the fine scales on his cheeks would expand. If it weren't for the restriction that prevented him from completely transforming into the godly demon body, every time he scolded, the sky would probably explode with rolling thunder. When had Li Yunqin done such a stupid thing? He had given away the most important thing that he had already obtained. Compared to losing the thing that he had never obtained, being robbed, or being cheated, this was more unbearable for him, and it made him irritable and furious. But after all, Li Yunqin was not a person who liked to feel sorry for himself. After venting his anger, he finally suppressed his emotions for the time being. He immediately began to recall the things that he had noticed or not noticed when he examined the contents of the jade slip several times in the past. As he thought about it, he flew back into the Qi Palace. Red Madam smashed the main door of the Palace of Qi with a palm strike. But the Palace of Qi was quite big, and there were several rooms inside. Moreover, the chests and cabinets that used to store elixirs and treasures had been turned upside down by him, and pillows were strewn all over the floor, filling up the entire palace. Previously, his demonic power was almost exhausted. But he had recklessly eaten a lot of elixirs, and at this moment, his demonic power had almost recovered. Therefore, he used the limited magical power that he could use in this little cloud mountain's restriction, and based on the terrain, Qi movement and position, he set up a formation. When he finished setting up the formation, he removed a copper plate from the fallen cabinet with his bare hands. After thinking for a moment, he stretched out his finger and carved 7 words on the copper plate. "Those who see these words will die here." When he carved these 7 words, there was no joking expression on his face. His expression was solemn, frighteningly serious. After he finished carving, he reached out his hand and brushed the copper plate, making the writing on the surface hazy and unclear. Then he fiercely inserted the copper plate into the ground, and with a thud it stood still. Previously, he gave away the clear jade slip because he felt that it was useless to him in a short period of time. Previously, he planned to take all the treasures in the Cloud Mountain and leave, also because he felt that the so-called thing that could intimidate the group of demons after obtaining it did not exist, and was only an excuse. But just like before, there were always variables in the plan. And this time, the variable was quite significant. The red carp in the transcendent state suddenly merged with the dragon soul, and turned into a super great demon whose realm was unknown, but obviously was ridiculously strong. And because of this super great demon's obsession, in the end, this thing was sent to Li Yunqin. It was fine if he did not obtain this thing, since he had already obtained it, and he knew that the clue to unravel the important secret of this map might be the clear jade slip. And the clear jade slip had been sent to the two wandering souls. With his overwhelming courage and conceited personality, if he did not get the clear jade slip back, how could his thoughts be clear? If he just left like this, the thought of, "I gave the treasure to the enemy for nothing, and now I don't know how long I will have to wait to get it back," would always be suppressed in his heart. Not to mention the realm, cultivation, and inner demons. Even he himself would be driven mad by himself. He hated and couldn't tolerate idiots the most. The two wandering souls always called themselves sages. But until now, Li Yunqin had never seen the true power of a sage. The art sage was long gone. The calligraphy sage and the sword sage were also gone. The true power of a sage that he had seen was probably Shinryu. However, that night when he met Shinryu in a hurry, he did not learn much. Looking at it this way, The two wandering souls might be considered as the top martial force in the world today. And Li Yunxin, now he wanted to give it a try. Could he kill this so-called top martial force in the world? Take back the thing that he felt would drive him crazy, if he did not take it back. Chapter 517. However, whether it was Li Yunxin, the demons, or even the reincarnation of the sage of calligrapher, they all overlooked another issue. Why did the Yunshan land in the Tongtian swamp? It was said that the Yunshan would land every 500 years to replenish the qi of earth and wood in the array. But in reality, not many people had actually seen the Yunshan land. The span of 500 years had exceeded the lifespan of most cultivators. In this world, if a mortal died after living for more than 60 years, it would be considered a happy funeral. When cultivators reached the state of enlightenment, their lifespan would be less than 100 years, but their bodies were stronger and healthier than ordinary people. When they reached the state of emptiness, they would live a healthy and happy life until they were 50 or 60 years old. However, in the Jianghu of the mortal world, they would be regarded as the most powerful and immortal demon/monster/giant hero. Only when they reached the state of transcendent would they have the appearance of Sendo. If they liked it, there was a way to stay young forever. If they could still look youthful when they reached the state of transcendent, they could live for 200 or 300 years. The state of transcendent was the highest state that most people could reach in their lifetime. Any higher than that would not be achieved by hard work and diligence. The factor of talent began to show, and it became one of the most important factors. When some people broke through from the state of transcendent to the state of true, it was as if the path that they were born to walk was right in front of them. Others went through a lot of hardships and only got a dead end. Therefore, there were very few cultivators in the state of true and above. Some of these people had experienced the fall of the Yunshan last time. But in reality, for the real cultivators, it did not matter if the Yunshan was in the sky or on the ground. It had only been a dozen days. For them, it was just a snap of the fingers. In the minds of many people, the two saints were the ones who were involved. It was said that the reason why the Yunshan could walk in the sky was because the little Yunshan where the saints lived hid an array that powered the entire Yunshan. And this array was not the spell that Daotong and Kinzo cultivated. It was the work of the celestial beings. The celestial beings created the Yunshan for the cultivators to live in and protect this world. The history of the Yunshan was earlier than the history of the Xianmen. Cultivators thought that the saints knew the secrets of the celestial beings' array. However, the truth was that even the saints did not know much about it. Over the course of 50,000 years, the sages had never been able to see the core of the formation. And every 500 years at this time, it would be the same as now. First, they placed the red soil and other materials that had been transported from the designated area at the foot of the mountain. When the cloud mountain landed, the formation outside sucked all those things into the mountain and sent them to Little Cloud Mountain through some unknown passage. For many years, no one had truly understood how this process worked. Cultivators thought that the saints knew, but the only thing the saints knew was that this was the will of the Deva. The celestials did not want the mortals to have a glimpse of the deeper mysteries. If someone defied the will of the heavens, it would only invite disaster. There was already such a lesson in the history of the Celestial Sect of Wonders. The saints of the Celestial Sect of Wonders did not dare, and would not have any other thoughts. However, the fake saints played by the two wandering souls were not without desires. Indeed, they had once thought of investigating it to the end. Although the elders also claimed to be the reincarnations of the Deva, the elders had never been interested in worldly matters, and seemed to put all their energy into other areas. Therefore, in the past 1,000 years, Su Yusong and Zhuomuja had the time and conditions to explore this mystery. However, what was disappointing and inconceivable was that even though they knew that the array that drove the entire Cloud Mountain was in the floating mountain of Little Cloud Mountain, they could not find it. Therefore, Until now, no one paid attention to the landing of the Cloud Mountain. The demons wanted to take this opportunity to attack the Cloud Mountain. The cultivators wanted to protect the Cloud Mountain, but they realized that the celestial sect of wonders had undergone a terrible change. Therefore, some high-level cultivators left, and low-level cultivators died. Those who did not die did not have the right to know what had happened. In the end, everyone was fighting over the word power. The secret of Cloud Mountain itself, because of many common reasons, no one cared about it. However, something that many people intentionally or unintentionally ignored did not mean it did not exist. At this moment, Li Yunqin was setting up the array that would be used to deal with the two wandering souls in the Messy Qi Hall, in order to recapture the Jade Slip of Enlightenment. Therefore, he did not know that there were other people on the floating mountain at the same time. He had always wanted to see the true faces of the Freemasonry elders, whom he viewed as formidable opponents. It was said that there were more than 400 elders, all of whom were Grand Supreme. With so many Grand Supreme experts, it would be easy for them to dominate the world if they came out in full force. Why did they need to hide and set up the Freemasonry in the dark? Why did they call the two wandering souls saints and secretly control the celestial sect of wonders? Therefore, he thought that there were three possibilities that caused the current situation. First, they were indeed Grand Supreme experts, but perhaps they had some discord with the Deva in the sky, so they did not dare to show themselves. But now that the Deva had not shown themselves for 1,000 years, and the Freemasonry was ready to cause trouble for the celestial sect of wonders, what did these people have to fear? Then, second, perhaps these people were not interested in the affairs of the secular world. However, according to Li Yunqin's current observations, this assumption was no longer valid. Therefore, there was only one possibility left. This possibility seemed a little unbelievable. Before Li Yunqin met Su Wang, Su Sheng, and the fake saint, he would not have thought about this. But now, he had no choice but to think so. The so-called 446 Grand Supreme Elders were in a similar situation to the Sage of Calligraphy, the Sage of Sword, and the Wandering Souls. They might have the cultivation of Grand Supreme, but for some reason, they could not use it. Therefore, they hid in the dark and asked the two Wandering Souls to do it for them. This world was not an era where one or two experts could dominate the world. How strong was the Golden Rock King back then? Wasn't he still in the seal now? How powerful was the Shinryu? Now, for some unknown reason, he had restrained his sharpness, wasn't he? No matter how strong they were, if they went against the trend, they might be able to take the limelight for a while, but they would eventually be defeated by the power of the world. But even so, subconsciously, Li Yunqin was extremely afraid of those mysterious people. Afraid, but also very much wanted to meet them, because he felt that those so-called elders might have something in common with him. Because of this, when he was in the Red Ridge, he even wanted to lure the elders of the Freemasonry here. But in the end, nothing came of it. However, now that he was on the floating mountain, he did not know that the elders he wanted to meet were originally on Cloud Mountain, at the peak of Cloud Mountain. He also did not know that the elders he was deeply afraid of were not only on Cloud Mountain, but also on the floating mountain. In fact, the four elders had arrived on the floating mountain 30 minutes ago. At that time, Li Yunqin was eating elixirs like beans on the roof of the Temple of Qi. The floating mountain was vast, and there were many layers of pavilions. Even though he had fought with Su Sheng and destroyed a lot of things, he could not turn the floating mountain into ruins. The group of palaces was like a small city, and it was difficult for people in the west to know what happened on the east side of the city. So he did not know that when the four elders saw the floating mountain, they were also shocked. Among the four of them, one was the golden-haired Grandmaster D. And the four of them stepped out from a door that opened in the void. The door was formed by 4 rays of light, and appeared at the back of the Dome Hall. It was originally next to the waterside pavilion next to the Dome Hall. On the left and right side, there was a tree as thick as a few people's arms around it. The tree's shade was low, and there were flowers and grass covering it, so the location was very hidden. But now the appearance of this place had changed greatly. Previously, when Li Yunqin destroyed the waterside pavilion, rubble and tiles flew everywhere. Moreover, he had used the strength of a true realm great demon to destroy the waterside pavilion, which was made of materials harder than metal and stone. The power of the flying rubble was not ordinary. So the trees and flowers in the vicinity were all destroyed. 2 huge trees were cut off from their roots, lying on the ground in a crisscross position, as if they had been ravaged by a terrible hurricane. When Grandmaster D stepped out of this door, the expression on his face immediately changed. Actually, it was not calm to begin with. His face was tight, and the corners of his mouth were also tight. His eyes flickered, and his limbs were slightly stiff. If Li Yunqin saw this, he would immediately know that this meant that the 4 of them were rather nervous and perturbed. It was as if they had lived in a busy city for a long time and stepped into a forest full of fierce beasts for the first time, afraid that a monster would suddenly pounce out from a corner. His expression turned cold, and the 3 people behind him who were about to step out had even more exaggerated reactions. First, they widened their eyes and looked around. Then, they suddenly took 2 steps back and shouted in a low voice in panic. "Come back, come back! Something happened!" This expression was far from the Grand Supreme Realm, in Li Yunqin's impression, but that Grandmaster D did not panic too much. Instead, he stood in front of the door and hid behind 2 fallen huge trees. He raised his hand and pressed it down, signaling them to be quiet. Then he frowned, listening and looking around with extreme vigilance. But at this time, it had been a long time since Li Yunqin became violent, and they could not hear or see anything. All they could see were ruins. They could also hear the chirping of birds and insects. It seemed that this was a quiet evening. After a full 10 breaths, Grandmaster D's expression finally relaxed a little. "It's all right now. Come out." But the 3 people behind him still refused to step forward, and only said, "I think we should go back first. After we figure out the situation, we will." Their current appearance was a world of difference from when they were talking to the 2 fake saints on the peak of Cloud Mountain. And Grandmaster D's current appearance was also a world of difference from when he raised his hand and slapped the wandering souls in the big house. In front of the 2 wandering souls, these elders were calm and serious, and Grandmaster D, who spoke the most, was extremely sharp, with a sense of oppression from a superior. Although Su Yusong and Zhuomuja were fake saints, in terms of cultivation and physical strength alone, they were far above the peak of the mysterious realm and could be considered superior. However, both of them were as humble as servants in front of Gong Di. But at this time, if these 4 people did not look like the elders in the big house, who would believe that they were like this now? Seeing the 3 people cowering, Grandmaster D turned his head and glared at them. "Go back? You have to think about it. If this Cloud Mountain falls to the ground and can't fly again, what should we do?" This sentence seemed to be very lethal to the 3 people. Among the 3, an old man in a green robe was originally speaking. Now that he heard Grandmaster D's question, he was stunned. "It's not that serious." Grandmaster D glared at him again. "If it's serious or not, it's up to you to decide. You will do the work later, okay?" The old man did not speak. Grandmaster D snorted. "Come out, all of you. What's there to be afraid of? Don't you know that there is a war outside? Since there is a war, isn't it normal for people to fight their way here? And it's here. What are you afraid of?" The old man in the green robe said, "We are not afraid of others. We are afraid of those 2. If they are lying in ambush." Grandmaster D sneered, as if he was so angry that he laughed. "Ambush? Don't you know how much Su Yusong and Zhuomuja want to go out? A few days ago, I asked them to go out. What reason do they have to ambush us? You 3. Forget it." He sighed. "You can go back." The old man and the 2 people behind him were overjoyed. "Really? Really?" Grandmaster D snorted in a low voice. "I will go and have a look myself. If I can't do it well, I will also go back. We will wait for Cloud Mountain to fall to the ground. Wait for those demons to come in. Wait for us to die together. It's not a big deal. We can still go back, can't we?" No one knew which of his words worked. After listening to him, the three people were immediately speechless. After a moment of silence, they looked at each other and finally stepped out of the light door. At this time, Li Yunxin realized that he had handed over the jade slip of enlightenment, which was very important. He was extremely upset, but he did not know that the four elders of the Freemasonry were actually in a much worse mood than he was. When he started to set up the formation in the Qi Palace, Grandmaster D and the three people behind him were also walking in the direction of the Qi Palace. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.